I love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. Jets, Jets.
Oh my god. You guys are bad.
Ha 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 ha. Very funny, Dana.
We can't all be beautiful.
DayngerZone, baby.
I think he has more thought-provoking questions.
I'll be in the danger zone.
Oh my goodness, let's go!
Totally.
Hello. Holy mackerel. It is Friday again. Welcome to the Danger Zone, a podcast, a place, a Friday night hangout, all the above, whatever you want to call it. We're off the beaten path. We're when most are out and about entertaining friends and family. We are here building our own little family and friend zone. So welcome. Got a few already here and lively, I will say. Dude, let's shout them out, man. Murph, you know Murph. Come on. He's late. No. He's not late. I actually spoke to him and I said, "Man, I got a co-host tonight. Gonna come on. I'm gonna give you an opt-out trade clause for the night. You can be traded to your wife this Friday night, or she can wait and have you after midnight tomorrow, so to speak, on the East Coast." So he said, "See ya." More or less. I mean, paraphrasing, of course, but yeah. He got a family night tonight. Might give him another one next week. We'll see. It's June, right? It's going to be July. We're still in the lull, blah, 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 but, I'm going to get some guests in here to give Murph a little spell, newly married man and all, so yeah, stick around. Got a guest joining me to co-host tonight. Guy you guys know, Ryan JetsWard, has a channel of his own down below. You can find that. Be joining me here in probably 10 minutes or so, according to the last time I spoke to him. So not too much more of my rambling left, just so you know. So don't run off just yet. I do want to shout a couple people out. Oscar coming in hot. Let's go. Hell yeah. Artie follows it up. He says, let's go. Let's go. Waiting on the show. Here we are. We're about to do it, man. All right. You know what else Artie said? He says, Peg and I are ready for our new favorite show. Love it, bro. I love it. It's a show. We're trying, man. We're trying not to be the same as everybody else. I think we're doing just that, maybe at our detriment in most regards, I will say. But, here we are, Friday nights, carving out a niche. Glad you guys are here. Glad you called in last week. Hell yeah. Love putting faces to names. I mean, I know your faces, but like, I judge you from our interactions, and that's why I tell like new first time callers, man, no pressure. You're gonna get you're gonna get a fair shake, an even break. I just want to hear your take. Okay. All right. Some channel memberships gifted by me this time. Definitely worked all week, so I wanted to give a little bit back. Jerry catching one. We got Tony catching one. Also, Planet for us. I love that, man. Save the elephants. Receiving a gifted membership as well. We got Billy Milanovic. Not Pistol Pete. This is something. There's a joke there somewhere. Dion also catching one, man. This is like a money booth. They're all catching them. Love it indeed. Just so you know, guys, it's not just emojis. You also get access to our private Discord. It's pretty close, tight knit group, which is which I love because there's like 15 or 20 in there, pretty strong, salient minds, jokesters. So prepare yourself in that regard. But also like emojis, Discord. We're gonna start doing members only live streams. Okay, so maybe as soon as tonight after this show, we'll see. It's either going to be tonight for an hour at the end, or it's going to be after Sunday's show for an hour. Stick around for that. You'll be left out in the cold if you don't have a green name. So, just a heads up there, $3.99 on a computer. I think it's $4.99 on an iPhone. Yeah, Apple. Get you hey, we'll see. I'm going to plan to do something weekly. So, what's that, $1 a week? Keep the lights on, man. That's all. By the way, I kind of teased it there. Just know, if you super chat through an iPhone, I found this out recently, just spreading the knowledge. If you super chat on an iPhone, the creator gets 49%. If you super chat on a computer, they get 70%. Ridiculous, ain't it? Why is that? Because Apple takes 30% immediately if you do it on an iPhone. Then YouTube takes 30% of 70%. Ridiculous. Just so you know, though, if you are trying to be generous, more than usual for someone, it's sometimes worth it just to grab the laptop because screw Apple, right? But anyways, that's enough of that rant. Peg in the house as well as Artie. Evening, folks. Tony said, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate you guys. Again, got a co-host joining momentarily. Peg reminding folks, spike the like button, subscribe, hit all those buttons. You know the drill. Charles Gorman in the house. Brother, love seeing you here. How was your week, Charles? How was all y'all's week? Let me know. Mine was long and arduous, I will say. Had some concrete to do, and then some setting up for concrete, some concrete, and some tearing down. Definitely a week's worth of work. So glad to be here this Friday. Actually had today off because I worked 4/10s. Love that. So yeah. Next Friday I won't be able to say that, but this Friday, feeling well rested, kid tested, mother approved. No, I don't think that's how that goes. But yeah, Nick T, back alley deals, or yeah, sketchy late night. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, for sure. It's kind of one of those where you get the content, and I don't know, a few clicks. Uh, early 90s sports agent Nick T, my man. You guys are killing it. All right. We got something green down there. Something green. Greener pasture, something like that. Charles chiming in, 7-month member. Holy Charles, I think you got the little handsome, the updated little membership badge next to your name. You're one of the few that have that. Congratulations, brother. There's probably going to be a 1-year one that's even better. We'll see. But he says, "Hey Dane, I hope you and Hazel are doing well." You know what we are? Thank you for asking. She's in the next room, one of the rooms. She's probably cooking dinner, but she is watching the Mariners. I was watching the Mets and I turned it off. Yeah. How about them Mets? No Met news today at all, huh? Talk to me, guys. Mets fans, I know you're in here. Thoughts? All right. Tony saying Apple extra shady. Indeed, man. I don't know if those who know, like we had a very, very large donation a couple weeks back, man. Apple was thankful for some of that, man. Ridiculous. But yeah, dude, I didn't realize that because I super chat on my iPhone all the time, man. All the time. Did not realize how little or how much gets bitten before it gets to home base, you know? Whatever. Crazy. The more you know, just passing the knowledge. Scott Foster says, screw iPhones. He's going to the laptop. And he's throwing down an Abe Lincoln for Abe Lincoln. Scott, I love it. I hope to talk to you tonight, brother. Also, just to tease it, because I got to give you guys, a heads up with this. This is not something you want to compile in 10 seconds because then you'll be kicking yourself. Oh, I forgot. Blah, blah, blah. Giving you a heads up. In about 30 to 60 minutes, we're going to be doing a list, okay? Ranking 5 to 1 our personal favorite TV shows of all time. Okay? Going to do that with Ryan on his way out. Got to get his 5 to 1 list. I have mine, which admittedly I started a list and it went to like 12 and 13 and I have them all, but I have a top 5. I could tweak that a bit here in the next few minutes once someone else grabs the mic. But what are yours? Start thinking. What's your favorite of all time? Not best. I'm not saying best. That's different, man. Your favorite. I want to know your opinion, not a fact. I can look at Google for the best rated critically, blah blah blah. No, I want to know yours. Your lists, okay? And I want to see how many shows are in all of our lists. How many are in just one person's. Stand on the soapbox, tell us why. That'll be a little off-season nugget segment thingy we'll do tonight. We'll do others. We've done others. That's tonight's, okay? So just before you guys all list Danger Zone number 1, just know I'm disqualified from the list, okay? So yeah, not a TV show. Even if you watch it on the TV, not a TV show. Not even a podcast. I don't even know. I don't know. Hey, we're just here. We're here. We're hanging, right? Billy, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Anyone? Bueller? Selfie addicted girl. SAG. I don't know. Keep us posted, Billy. I love it though. I love it. I love the originality of a comment and the likes of that. Charles chiming in. He says, did you hear what happened to the founder of Ubisoft? Well, Charles, I know you're not asking me, but I have not heard. What could possibly have happened? Speaking of Hazel, Charles, you said her name. She appeared with a honeydew question. Sorry about that, guys. Right back at it. You know what? Some people in here, as I'm stalling for time, Ryan's going to be joining me. I have a feeling there are some folks here that would fancy themselves a little call-in before our co-host arrives. Maybe they have a top 5 list ready in their arsenal that could buy me the 10 minutes I need, or 5 or 25. I have no idea right now. But yeah. I'm gonna post that there. If you wanna call in, call in. I might have to cut you short when my co-host arrives. You can always just hang in the back, or you can come back, or you can just segue to the chat. It's there. Scott says, "What the f is Ubisoft, or is it Ubisoft? I don't know." But Scott, it's a gaming. Charles will tell you. Charles will tell you for sure. Bill, your Charles' friend, buddy. Guys, Flight 26, who watched, who wasn't here Sunday, would like to air out some thoughts on that, let us know. Geno Smith, man, what the hell? What the hell? You come to the Jets, bad things happen, bad news nuggets, you get an injury, you get a potential felony, just what thoughts? Going to be talking a little bit of each of those with Ryan. I want to hear his thoughts on all the big trades that have happened the past month. Actually, first of the month happened, a few of them. We'll be discussing that. Let us know your Jets questions. We can hit them. We can work those into my time with Ryan tonight. But you know what? It's time. It's time. It's time for something to buy me some time for something else. That guy, Stud Muffin.
Hey, Scott Foster. If you don't know who the hell Ubisoft is, it is a video game company. I meant to say one of the founders, one of the Gillernot brothers, Claude. He died in a plane crash the other day.
Damn.
I heard about that on Instagram. It's sad. It's very sad. Also, top 5 favorite TV shows. Damn, dude, that's tough to say. That's very tough to say. I would say
you only get 5, Charles, and they got to be in order, starting with 5 to 1.
5 to 1. Crap. Oh, you put me in a pickle here. Scott Foster, I'd rather go fishing. Hey, your choice, buddy. I haven't really done fishing much in my life. It was interesting though when I did it. Briefly with the Boy Scouts. Anyway, I would say number 5. Number 5, I would say most of them are animated shows, but I would say another live act that would make the list is Numbers. That was a very good show. If you don't know, it featured one of the guys that played one of the big elves, if not the biggest elf in the
Charlie. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that played not Charlie, not Tim Allen's son, but the big elf.
No, yeah, he was Charlie in Numbers. Yeah. I know who you're talking about. Carry on.
Okay. I loved. That was a good show. That really helped me get into math. That really wanted me to desire to want to be a police. Unfortunately, I have a fear of driving, but that's a different story for a different time. Another one. Well, I'm just gonna do like 5. I'm gonna just do 5 in order. Numbers is 1. Next up is, of course, I would be destroyed if I didn't mention this Batman the Animated Series, the one that kickstarted the DC Animated Universe franchise, the one where Kevin Conroy established himself as the quintessential voice of Batman. Sorry, Bale fans, it's just the damn truth. And also Mark Hamill is the voice of the Joker. Number 3, I would say if I was to put 3, even though I haven't followed the show in a very long time, but I loved it as a kid, The Simpsons. I love The Simpsons, especially the guy that voices Homer. Love him. He appeared on an episode of Marriage where he played a gay guy. He goes up to Al Bundy. Your wife's been seeing my husband. Let me get this straight. Pardon the expression. Your husband? Your husband? Like, you know what I'm saying, man? That was funny. Number two, it sucked that he passed away, but I grew up a huge fan of Chuck Norris, and that's Walker, Texas Ranger. He had so many cameras from so many actors like Tobey Maguire, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, Randy Savage. Well, Peg, you've never watched an episode of The Simpsons. From what I saw growing up, it was a great show. I know it has gone on for over 30 plus years, but from what I watched growing up, it was a great show. Hey, Dino, what's up, buddy? But I would say my number one is a tie between the Justice League and Justice League Unlimited animated shows. It's a part of the DC Animated Universe franchise. Love that show. Great show. Great shows, excuse me. They did a lot of beautiful adaptations, some of the best DC comic storylines of all time. One of my favorite episodes of the Justice League shows was World War, where Superman, John Stewart, Green Lantern, not the comedian John Stewart, the black dude, and Hawkgirl and Martian Manhunter get sucked to World War, and Superman is forced to fight for his freedom and stuff. And he runs into Mongol, who's a big bad of Superman in the comics, who was voiced by Eric Roberts, who's I think is the older brother of Julia Roberts, who's a great actress, may I mind you. And Eric Roberts, I thought, did a hell of a job voicing Mongol, not only in that episode, but also in episode 2 of Justice League Unlimited for The Man Who Has Everything, which is an adaptation of one of the most famous and iconic Superman stories that was written by Alan Moore in 1985. And that was incredible. It was a great story. Really emotional story as well. If you haven't seen the episode, I'd recommend you watch it. If you haven't read the comic, which I plan on doing at some point, I will review it on my channel as well. And it's from what I've seen, from what I've heard, it's a great story. But the episode of Justice League Unlimited is outstanding. It's one of the best I've ever seen. I know you told me to say 5, but I can't. I have to give an honorable mention. Spider-Man, the animated series. That was a show that helped get me into Spider-Man, along with the Raimi's films.
And you got bit by the bug ever since, right?
Well, I got bit by the arachnid, yes. And Peg and Arnie said 5. Happy Days was great. Alf. Did one of the actresses from the show pass away from that show? I think I've heard some. South Park, not a big fan of that. Game of Thrones, that my father loved, and Sopranos. I still have yet to get into the Sopranos. I've seen clips of it. It looked good. Oscar the Grouch says, I wish we got Spider. I did too. I was so looking forward to that, my man, but can't wait to see what Tom Holland does in his latest movie. That's for damn sure. With that being said, Hogan's Heroes was a good one too. Unfortunately, the actor that played the main character committed suicide, which sucks. I have 200 comics from the 80s. That's awesome, Dino. That's awesome. Aaron Moran I heard about that. Yeah. I heard something about that. Yeah. Or was it from Alf? I thought one of the actors from Alf passed away. I've seen a few episodes of Alf. It's a great show.
Bill says no, he got murdered.
Wait, what? The guy from Alf got murdered? Are you shitting me?
Bill, please elaborate. All the way, you mentioned it. Peg and Artie said Happy Days. I love that. Also,
hey.
Yeah, you know what? The Fawns chimed in. I love you, Peg.
I don't blame him. No,
The Fonz
Hogan's
is
Heroes.
he's everywhere.
Really? The guy from Hogan's Heroes got murdered. Bob Crane, really? He got murdered? Holy shit.
Can we say that word a few more times? Let's go. Let's get another stream.
Holy
pulled.
shit. Holy shit.
He got
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, that is crazy. Let me look at the rest of the list there from Artie. South Park, Game of Thrones, Sopranos. Oh, the top three is very good. You know, you mentioned animated, Charles, and this didn't make it. It was an honorable mention for me, so I'm going to share it now. I told you to watch it a while back. You haven't yet. You'll get bitten by that bug too, man. I'm telling you. You start this show, Rick and Morty.
Oh, I have watched it. I haven't watched it in a while, but I have watched it in the past.
So good.
I were the new voice actors for Rick and Morty. I know you told me the original one got arrested for domestic abuse, which sucks. But I remember watching the early episodes. It was very good. The humor was nice. The action was good. They're doing a spin-off with the president.
What?
They're doing a spin-off with the president of not with the actual president, the one in the program.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. It wasn't the anime, was it? It's a different one?
No, it's you know the one, we know the character, the president of the United States in the show that is voiced by Keith David. They're doing a show with him. They're doing a show with him.
Interesting.
Focus on him.
AZ chimed in. He loves Rick and Morty as well. I do recommend it. You know, it's not all animated shows nowadays are not what they once were. A lot of people have a stigma about them, like they're kidified, they're Y7. Dude, telling you, man, some of the stuff they can do with animation is just, it comes across funnier than when you use live actors.
I have to get into Ren and Stimpy. Heard that show can be wild.
Pinky and the Brain, another good one.
That was a good one. I've only watched a few episodes of How I Met Your Mother. It seemed like a cute show. I mean, may his soul rest in peace, Bob Saget. I said his name right, correct? I didn't say the F word? Okay, thank you. I did love Sir Neil Patrick Harris in that show. I don't care about his openly gay shit. Excuse my language. He's a great actor, great talent. Been a fan of his since childhood. I love him. I would love to be seen as a cool ass dude.
Dude, I love it. Dude, did you ever watch Harold and Kumar, man? He was great in those.
Oh my god, he branded a really enhanced titty mama in the ass with like one of those cattle prods. I'm like, what the fuck? Ren and Stimpy started the downfall of society. And I'm like, and then of course he gets shot by the madam, then he somehow gets back up like a zombie or something. Like, what the hell?
Happy Joy.
I hate that fucking song. When I heard that song when I was in my house, I want to go and I was like, turn that shit off! Turn that shit off! It's annoying as fuck.
You want to hear some more honorable mentions? I want to know, on my list at least. I got to burn a few of these because I'm not going to get to them with Ryan, who is joining in the next 5 minutes. He just texted me. I don't want to know if you've seen any of these, Charles. I had a little category of shows that I love, but then they fell off. Okay. There's 3 of them. The first, Walking Dead.
I haven't watched it, but I've heard a lot of good things about it over the years.
Very good. Fell off. Lost.
Heard a lot of good things about that. That starred Evangeline Lilly, if my memory serves me correctly. And I heard that show was good for many years. I'm guessing that show fell off to you?
Dude, pretty much anything with Harold Perrineau in it, I freaking love. I love that guy. He was in Oz, and then he just ended up being in all my favorite shows. But Vikings, that's the third one that I had to burn. That it started great and it fell off.
What was the show called? Vikings?
Yes.
Never heard of it.
Ooh, dude, it's worth watching.
Bill M said Sons of Anarchy. That's the one with Ron Perlman, Peter Weller, aka the OG RoboCop, and Katie Seagal. I've watched a few clips of it. It looked really damn badass, but I've yet to get fully into it.
I will say that show will appear on my list, so I can't say too much about it. We'll get to
I
that.
did
Charles,
watch the first few episodes of Breaking Bad. That show looked good.
I have a feeling that's a show we're going to hear about a lot tonight. It just missed my cut, but that was a phenomenal show as well. Um, but Charles, I got to go. Stick around if you want to call back in. You can, but I got to do some kind of structured show now, and then we'll take more
No
calls
problem,
later
man.
on.
Have a good day. I'll see you. I'll come
Yeah.
back later.
Hey, man, have a good Friday. If I don't see you, all right.
No problem, man.
Hey, thanks for helping me out too, buying me some time, Charles. Consummate professional, as evidenced by that call. Also, one of the first people I've ever heard describe fishing as interesting. Take that for what you will. That might be a one of one take here in the Danger Zone. You guys, just want you to know, you heard it here first, okay? Fishing. Interesting. All right. You know what? I promised. I teased a guest co host. I think many of you probably thought I was lying. You're probably thinking to yourself, is the co host in the room with you now, Dano? Very funny. I laugh internally, hysterically. The co host is indeed with me now, not in the room, in the danger zone. So without further ado, bring him out again. Channel of his own, poppin' in YouTube, especially in the shorts gang. If you're a phone scroller, man, you got to subscribe to this guy. Getting him on some live streams as well going, man. So check him out. Got to have everybody, got to have diversity peppered into your algorithm, okay? That's why you're here. And that's why you got to be where this guy is as well. The one, the only, Ryan of TheJetsWard.
What's up? It's been a while.
Dude,
it
it has.
going?
It's
Sorry,
been
we
good.
had a graduation
Yeah.
for my school tonight. All teachers had to be there, so sorry I'm running a little late.
That is fine, man. You were flipping tassels. I think many in the chat can relate to that, maybe in other ways. But we are here, man. I think it's been since March. So, did a lot's happened.
Since the draft, I think I jumped in on one of your streams.
Yes, yes, officially March, but then you were on the draft streams as well, man. A lot's kind of, the dust has kind of settled since then. I don't know how much Knicks you've seen as well, but I've caught several Knicks conversations today already, so we can maybe hit that later on.
Oh,
But
yeah, I loved it. I was so happy.
So good, and we'll circle to that. But let me ask you, like post draft, well, just in general, what did you think of the draft? Maybe tie it into like the Brees extension. Just kind of bring us up to date from when we spoke to you last.
Oh, I really liked the draft. I thought you hit home run with all three of your first round picks. David Bailey, he wasn't my first choice. I wanted the guy who went to the Giants, the linebacker from OSU. I forget what his name is now. Yes, Arvell Reese. I wanted Arvell Reese because I just thought he was more dynamic as a linebacker, which I think is still a big need for us right now. But bringing in Bailey, he was the best edge rusher in the draft. You can't go wrong with that. I'm excited to see what he can do on this team. Then Kenyon Sadiq was my favorite pick. I thought that was a steal. You get the best tight end adding into one of the strengths on this team, which is the tight end room, which is even better. And then you trade back up, get Omar Cooper Jr., get your number 3 receiver along with A.D. Mitchell, which makes your receiving core dynamic now, which I really like. And then you get D'Angelo Pons in the second round, beefing up that cornerback room, which is exciting, another strength on this team. One pick that I really, really liked was the Inez Cooper pick, the lineman from Miami. Monster, behemoth on the interior, just a road grader. Got to get better with his pass blocking, but as a run blocker, he is a monster. Liked Cade Klubnik. Traded up for him. It's been disappointing that he wasn't able to participate in the OTAs or the mandatory minicamp with his back issue, which I think is concerning at this point. And then VJ Payne, great pick too. I like that one. Added to the safety room, special teams player. Overall, I think I'm very happy with what they did. And then Brees Hall extension, Titman extension, it just gets better. It's just everything has been working out until Geno Smith decided, you know what, let's fuck everything up. Sorry
Yeah. You know what? My buddy Scott Foster would describe the Geno news and in the scheme of our off season as throwing a turd in the punch bowl.
It was
Definitely a
just too quiet.
party foul. Yeah. Too many things were going right. We had to give a little, I don't know the phrase, but a little bit of uneasiness in our the back of our minds. I think most people before that happened, probably way too many people were trusting and like glorifying Geno a bit. I think dude, opinions have shifted the last couple weeks, or the last week, I should say, because that was last Friday. I don't think people are wholesale selling their stock, but I do think there's a lot of people that are now casting some doubt that kid's direction. Again, it's all alleged. It's all, blah, blah, blah. But you're also talking about, your spine on the offense, and I don't know. Do you think this will all be moot? This won't even impact anything? Do you think it could linger? I mean, obviously we don't know, but like, just where's your gut telling you?
I thought it was going to be over very quickly once they closed the case. Then they opened it right back up, and I'm just like, oh no, they're going to try to find something. If he ends up getting suspended for the first couple weeks of the season, I'm going to be livid because our quarterback room right now is awful. I like Klubnik, but you can't tell me you're comfortable going into week 1 against the Tennessee Titans defense that's going to be led by Robert Saleh with Bailey Zappi as your number 1 quarterback. So they need to figure out the quarterback room just in case something does happen with Geno. And even if he's ready to go, even if he doesn't get suspended, he's going to still have this on his mind, and it's going to be a problem. You need to still get another quarterback too in this room.
See, and that, like, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I've definitely been on a soapbox that we need a better quarterback too. Now it's just like cemented. You have to have one, right? Like, you don't want to approach the season and it be Bailey Zappi and Klubnik. And I don't know that I believe that the what's the word? The legal system can happen quick enough, and then the league and all that by week 1. I don't know. But, dude, I just don't know, man. It'll probably be, later on. It's like you almost rather get it out of the way early, but at the same time, like, we don't know what's going to happen. So you can't just go into the season not knowing either. So ensure the room is all I ask. Ensure the room. Get us a veteran guy who's played games in this league, has more than 200 career passes. I think we'll all feel better about that, right?
Like, just get somebody. Like, there's rumors now that the Jets could be interested in trading for a backup, and they're looking at the Eagles with all the slew of quarterbacks they have there. Andy Dalton's been a popular name right now. Shador rumors being thrown out if he doesn't win the job in Cleveland, which I'd be all for. I like Shador Sanders. I feel comfortable with him coming in. Just get me somebody. Just somebody.
Let me rattle off some names, because I do think you're probably only going to get one via trade. Let me say a name and you say yay or nay, okay? Shador.
Yes.
Dylan Gabriel.
No.
Mac Jones.
Yes, but it would cost a lot.
Is that still a yes?
Yeah, I would. It depends on what they ask you for. If they're asking for like a first or second, no, I'm not doing that. But if it's like
for a third,
I'd give a third for Mac. I think
Tanner
he's better
McKee.
than Geno at this point. Huh?
Tanner McKee.
Yes.
Mike White.
No.
Spencer Rattler.
Yes.
Jameis.
That would be fun. But I don't know if my heart could take 4 interceptions and 4 touchdowns a game. Like, it'd be fun though, and he's a great locker room guy. I would do it.
Guys, who else? Cooper Rush. I guess that
ship has apparently sailed.
Can you tell us what you know? Because I've been working a lot. What do you know about that?
So apparently, early in the offseason, according to one of the Jets beat reporters, they were interested in Cooper Rush, and there was an interest from him as well. And as the offseason is going on, apparently both sides it's soured on both sides, so there's not interest anymore between the two. And it's looking like the Jets are not going to be focusing on the free agent market for a quarterback. They want to go for more of a veteran in the trade market, which it's looking like we have the capital to do it. So I really think the Jets were going to try to make a bid for Brendan Sorsby, which that whole situation is crazy. He's not even going to get on the Canadian Football League now. So,
yeah, talk about being shunned. Like,
you can make an example out of a kid who gambles when he's 20 years old, but God forbid Rashee Rice breaks his parole and hurts people. Oh, just a slap on the wrist for him. Like, or Jonathan Cooper from the freaking Broncos. All of these people who do stupid crap, they get a slap on the wrist. But God forbid you go after the sponsors of the NFL with the betting, and I get it. You bet on games that he played in. It breaks the integrity of the game. But he was a young kid who went to get help and is still getting help. And you make an example out of him. I digress on that. I'm not going to go into a full-blown tangent on that, but it irked me with how the NFL puts some things higher than the needs of other people and their significant others.
Agreed. And it's not like you allowing a supplemental draft would have forced a team to take him, right? Like, they still could have said no thanks individually, but you kind of removed that chance. It's interesting to say the least. Unlike fishing, you know.
The thing that bothers me is you make this point and you're like, okay, he's not going to be able to play in college. He's not going to be able to play in the NFL. The Canadian Football League bars their teams from actually signing him. All right. So now he has no method to show his skills. So you're expecting him to work out for a full year while quarterbacks in the 2027 class, which is going to be a strong class as of now, are going to be able to show out and do what they need to do. Arch Manning could possibly come out. Dante Moore, Darian Mensah, Trinidad Chambliss, Lenore Sellers, all of these guys who are going to be first-round picks and stuff like that, or even early second-round picks. And then there's him who was looked at as a first-round pick or potential. He's probably not going to get picked to the 5th round or 6th round, something like that. And you hurt his money, but also, too, just let a team, if they want to bid on him, come on the team, and then suspend him. You couldn't have done that. You just ruined this kid's chances for the future.
You know, I wonder if they'll soften their stance over time. You know what they say, like, time heals all wounds. And like right now, the whole Sorsby thing is it's too hot. Maybe he'll have a chance next year, but the problem is, like, he's not going to get to play anywhere really for the next 12 months. Maybe, I'm just saying maybe the kid's career isn't over, but man, did it take a hit these last few months. Yeah. Like me at a blackjack table, just a massive hit, man. But there's always there's leagues, isn't there? Like UFL or I don't know. Hopefully he can land somewhere. Too. Yeah, probably. Maybe he can do can he go back to college and play D2 or some shit? I don't even know, man.
Maybe he can go into the flag football league. Yeah. I don't know. Do that.
I don't know, but that kid, maybe there's some kind of sponsorship he can get with one of these gambling sites and just lean into it full bore, like just
Go
demon
even
mode.
further deep into it.
You know, it might be the move professionally if he can't find anywhere to play. Just saying. There's a lot of pushback in the chat about your Shador Sanders take. Is there anything you want to say in defense of him?
I would love to see, because I'm pulling up the chat now. Let's see. I would not support Shador coming to the Jets at all. Why though? He's one of the first people in, last people out. He works his butt off. He does nothing wrong off the field like his idiot brother does. Like, what has Shador done that warrants the hate? I don't get it. I understand his dad, the outside information from, or like his dad on the outside and what that might come. But Shador Sanders he had an awful offensive line when he took over last year for the Cleveland Browns. Jerry Jeudy dropped everything thrown to him, and it doesn't help that Malachi Corley is your number 2 receiver, or Isaiah Bond, who it took a while for him to even get on the field. You had David Njoku, who was inconsistent. You had Harold Fannin Jr., who was solid, and I think could take the next step. Kinshawn Judkins, which is good. But it doesn't help when we said the same thing about Geno last year with his offensive line. It doesn't help when you take a 3-step drop and there's 3 guys in your face already, and he still made plays. I don't understand the hate for for Sanders. I think he'd come in here, he'd be able to compete, and if anything, if Geno's able to play, you have a solid backup quarterback that can go in and compete and can learn the system. And who's better to work with quarterbacks than Frank Reich and Musgrave, who was his quarterback coach last year?
Good point. Very good point indeed. I do feel the need to provide a fun fact for y'all. Shador Sanders made $17 million last year from the Players Association due to jersey sales and the like. 17 million. Whew. His contract for like 4 years is like $4 million.
He's on a cheap 5-year deal.
Yeah.
Or a cheap 5th-round contract. Like,
I will say, if he came to New York, it would probably turn into a zoo. I will say. But you know what? I respect your take. I know you've been high on Shador. Even early on, I think last summer with our hot takes, I remember you saying you thought he'd make the Browns a better team. He still may. I don't think Deshaun is. Yeah.
Deshaun's going to start because of the contract. That's the problem. And I think Todd Monken, being an older coach, wants to win right away. And he's going to trust a veteran quarterback over Shador. And then the Browns have been known to trade backup quarterbacks or quarterbacks in the offseason. Or they did it with Kenny Pickett when they first signed him and then traded him to the Raiders. They did it. Flacco started for them, but then shipped him out. And Dylan Gabriel came in. They drafted Taylon Green, who, if they put him on the practice squad, some team is going to scoop him up.
A couple chats I want to hit, especially to lean into your expertise. I know you're super plugged in most days. Let me ask you this. Oscar chimes in. He says, Ryan and Dane, would you want to pair Matt Milano with Demario Davis this season? He is still out there, and I want to sign him.
I would be all for Matt Milano. 1, because you're taking him from the Buffalo Bills. 2, the guy gets after quarterbacks. And he's solid in coverage. He's older now, and he's lost his step, but he's still solid in coverage. And the linebacker room is weak. You're telling me you can get a linebacker room with Jamie and Sherwood on one side, Matt Milano on another, and Demario Davis in the middle. And then if you want to run 4 linebackers, have Kiko back there, who had flashes last year. Keep McCrary Ball off the field, only have him on special teams. I'm for that. I would take Matt Milano. The one thing you have to be concerned with is injuries. But if he's out there, he's physical. He's dominant in the run game, and he can cover pretty well. So I'd be all for Matt Milano, and he's not going to cost you that much.
Speaking of Matt Milano, is there a player in the NFL who you would not get into bed with if they fit a need on this team. Just too much. This guy broke Mike White's ribs, baby. Still, you would take him. I just ask you, do you even consider past transgressions, or hey, man, if you can help us, come on in?
If he can help us, I'm taking him. If Mike White's not here anymore, I understand it was hard at the time and everything, and it sucked, and I was pissed off at Milano. But if he can come in here and help this linebacking room, he can be like we have DeMario Davis, but he can be like the Anzalone that we were trying to get as well, who can come in and be not a dominant player, but somebody who can do a job and do it right and help out Kiko with progressing as well.
Not to go too far down the rabbit hole, but I did ask, is there someone you would shun a la Sorsby when it comes to free agent acquisitions? Bill M chimes in. He says, Stephon Diggs. No way. Never, never. He is dead to me, Bill said, paraphrasing. Is there a guy like that for you? I mean, I'm gonna say no. Like, I'm gonna set aside quarterbacks because, like, yeah, I mean, there's a few that I'd say no to just because. But I'm thinking, do any come to your mind?
Oh yeah, right away. He's not a free agent right now, but he's going to be, and he's on social media all the time recently. Brandon Ayuk, keep him away from this team. I can't have somebody going on social media as much as he does, acting like a complete like Antonio Brown type of player at this point. Something's up with this kid. He might have a warrant out for his arrest in California, he said on social media. He still, and the thing is with him, he still needs to apply for reinstatement to the NFL, and because he's been on the ineligible list. What the 49ers can just hold him hostage there, basically. He's been doing nothing but causing them headaches. And when George Kittle comes out and basically that wants nothing to do with you, there's something wrong because Kittle has all of his teammates' backs. Brandon Ayuk stay far, far away.
Brandon Ayuk, you're getting some love in the chat. That's a good one. I will say number one on my list by far, Deion Dawkins.
I didn't even think of him. Oh God, I hate him. Can we have Michael Collins on this list too?
Michael Collins. Dude, we could do a whole hour on people we've shunned. Sadly, I'd take Sorsby over all of them. But you mentioned it. You mentioned Brees. You teased the tip a little bit. Do you want to lean into the tip and tell us what you think about the extension of Joe Tippmann?
I thought definitely deserved. He's been a dominant right guard for us. He's been, and honestly, since moving from center to right guard, I think that's been his natural position. I think he's dominant in the run game. He's been getting better in the pass game as well, and especially having Armand Membu next to him. I really think that his game is just going to get better and better to the point where you might see him as a top 5 guard in this league or top 5 interior lineman. I really like Joe Tippmann, and not costing you a ton of money either, which is great. And you get to solidify this young offensive line because the next one who's going to be coming up, Olu Fashanu, left tackles get tons of money, especially player if he takes that next step and becomes an elite left tackle. Then you're going to have Armand Membu down the line. And this is really, honestly, just solid move by Muji. He said he wants to keep the young core on this team, young, solid players, and he's doing it. You got to keep the tip on this team.
4-year, $66 million. That is less than I thought it was going to be.
Much less than I thought.
I was thinking back to I think his name is Robert Hunt that went to the Panthers.
Oh yeah.
And dude, he got 5 for $100.
I don't
so like
he hasn't even been healthy.
True, but like, the talk then was, man, this guard market's gonna explode. So, when it came to Joe Tippmann, maybe they got the benefit of doing it early. They did it before Will McDonald, for instance. Maybe they got that little bit of a discount. But then you see, he's the 10th highest paid guard, I think I read. And that's 2 guards per team. So 10th out of 64. It's pretty high. But overall, like just dollars and cents, I love the deal. I think that it could have been higher and it wasn't. And there's not many people I would bet on more. You know, Sorsby aside, bet on more than Joe Tippmann, because not only has he been great, he is versatile as hell. And we lost AVT. I think that this helps, stem the bleeding there, because you do need a versatile O lineman that can play multiple positions, and that helps a lot when you send a guy like AVT walking.
And the great thing is too, the Jets now have 3 linemen that can play multiple positions on their starting offensive line. Dylan Parham can play center as well. Joe Tippmann can play center, and Myers too can go play guard if he needs to in a pinch. So you have versatility on the offensive line. So if something happens, let's say Myers doesn't play well this year, he gets cut. Okay, you move Dylan Parham over and you move Joe Tippmann to left guard. You have Anez Cooper, if he steps up, be your right guard for the future, and you still have a young core. Or vice versa, move Anez Cooper to left guard, whatever can benefit him.
Well, and I heard Cooper also practice taking
Center
practice.
too.
Yeah. There you go.
And you still have Max Mitchell, who plays guard too and tackle.
It's good to have that pipeline back, because who knows? We could part with Myers after this year, and we need a starting center, and then we got options, So it's nice to see. But leaning back into the chat a bit, Rich chimes in. He says, did Sadiq work out at all lately? I think he means this spring. What can you say about what's gone on with Sadiq since the draft?
So he hasn't practiced with the team. He's been off to the side. He's been running. He's been doing exercises and stuff like that. But he wasn't able to participate in the drills and things like that. So they're taking it slow with Sadiq. He'll be ready for training camp. He'll be ready for that and everything. So they're just taking it slow with him. It was the same thing they were doing with Klubnik. He didn't practice. He was out there and stuff like that. Didn't do drills or anything like that, but he's there. So they're just taking it slow with the young guys. This is normal for young players who are coming into the NFL to get tweaks and little injuries like that. So he'll be fine.
I like it. Rich, I'm sure, appreciates the insight. He also followed it up with, he was talking to Bill, but this kind of got the chat chewing on it all around. So I gotta ask you, and not to, deep dive or anything, but like gut feeling, win-loss prediction.
If Geno doesn't get suspended, I think the Jets can win 7 games. Aaron Glenn will keep his job. I think the defense is going to be much better this year with Aaron Glenn calling the shots. I think the acquisition of Tavondre Sweat is a great piece on that defense that's going to anchor down the defense. Demario Davis being a leader on that side of the ball, I think will help out Jamie and Sherwood as well, who will have a much better year. And Minkah Fitzpatrick being back there, I think benefits them as well, having veterans and leaders on that team. And it also doesn't help or it doesn't hurt that you have depth in your quarterback room where you can have Brandon Stevens as one side, Nashawn Wright as your other cornerback, and then either Jarvis Brownlee Jr. or Pons as your slot corner. You've got a much better defense, and you got weapons on offense. If Geno Smith can pull down on the turnovers, he's got a better offensive line that he had that play behind. He's got 2 solid tight ends, and he's got weapons at receiver. If you look at the schedule, the Jets can definitely beat the Titans week 1. Revenge game for Robert Saleh. I think the Jets can go in there and beat them. Home against the Packers. Jordan Love, you never would know which Jordan Love you're going to get. The defense is going to be hurt without Micah Parsons. So that can be a winnable game. Detroit, that's going to be a tough one because of all the weapons they have. And if Jared Goff being Jared Goff, you never know what you're going to get. I think the Jets can win 7 games this year. They might not make the playoffs, but they're going to take that next step forward and continue to build on what they have. I trust Darren Muji. I think he's done a phenomenal job so far. And Aaron Glenn needs to take that next step. If he starts 0-3, I'm sorry. That could be cause for firing right then and there. You can't start 0-3 this year. You need to start quick. You need to start fast because the beginning of the season's a gauntlet. You need to start strong because the end of the season, if you get these wins right away, you can win 7 games, I think. I think it's going to be a 7-win season. I don't see the 2 wins, the 1 win. I don't see the Jets picking number 1 overall or even number 2. I see them picking wherever you get with 7 wins, like the middle of the first round.
Yeah. Yeah. And in the chats with you, there's a lot of 7 answers, 7, 8, 6, 7. But AZ chiming in 5. He also says that Vegas is 5.5.
I see AZ also made another comment. Winning 7 games is such a waste. I don't disagree, but the Jets have draft capital to move up if need be. They have 3 first-round picks. So, yeah, we might be picking in the middle round. But Dallas, if something happens to Dak, that team is going to be a disaster without Dak as the quarterback. They might have weapons, but their backup quarterback, you can't trust that. Then Green Bay too. You don't know what Green Bay is going to do. They took a massive hit on their offensive line with Rasheed Walker leaving. And their defense with Micah Parsons most likely not even playing the first half of the season. We'll get one of those picks, and then we still have the Indianapolis Colts pick. And you don't know what Daniel Jones you're going to be getting. And if it's anything like the Daniel Jones when he got paid with the Giants, that season that he had after, disaster. So there's, for us winning 7 games, okay, might be crap if we only have 1 pick in the first round. But with 3, you have versatility. And then you have a second-round pick as well. So you have options too. So you can get your quarterback without even trading up or get weapons. Imagine the Jets go balls to the wall and get Jeremiah Smith with a top pick and then wait for like a quarterback in the middle rounds or wherever they're picking. Imagine something like a Lenora Sellers falls or a Dante Moore falls, Trinidad Chambliss, or one of the fan favorites, Darian Mensah. I'd take Darian Mensah. I think he's got the best accuracy out of this class.
And you know what? If we are, say our best pick is pick 30, and our second best is 31, and our third best is 32. Just know we can still take Sorsby then.
That's still talent there, right? You still get, Brendan Sorsby, you still got that. But that's still 3 first-round picks. Hell, the Jets got Kenyon Sadiq at 16. Everybody thought he was a top 10 pick. But he just plays a position that's not highly, sought after. Then you got Omar Cooper Jr., who was looked at as being one of the top receivers in this draft at 28. Or 30, I think. 30, whatever.
My hope with Sadiq is that we use him like Cleveland used Fannin Jr.
Yeah.
Because his potential is even greater, but use him to be a weapon all over H-back, slot. Dude, they moved Fannin all over, and he was great as a rookie. So just do that.
This opens up so much for Garrett Wilson, too. People can't just lock in on him now. They have to be careful. Kenyon Sadiq out there. All right, he's a bigger slot, or he's pushed out wide, which they had him do at Oregon. You're going to have to watch him. Omar Cooper Jr. is a monster in the slot. A.D. Mitchell, man, if he figures it out, he could be a menace this year. And you still got Breece Hall in the backfield, who can be a dominant pass catcher as well. And don't forget Mason Taylor. The Jets offense, depending on if Geno Smith sucks or not, and we're looking for a quarterback in our next draft, they're coming into a really good situation. And I've been getting killed by Browns fans because I made a video about Shador getting traded here, or he being a perfect fit for the Jets. And they're like, why would he go to that shit show over there? Blah, blah. They suck. I'm like, all right, we have a solid offensive line. What do the Browns have? They have Jerry Jeudy as their number 1. Sorry. You have Boston as your number 2. All right, he's a rookie, hasn't proven anything. So it's like, whose situation is better for a younger quarterback? The Jets, and that's a better situation than most teams.
Facts. The only thing I will say is just don't implode this year. And
Exactly.
that's the only, like, and maybe playoffs don't need to be the goal. Maybe it's just to just be a better team. Okay. Yeah. That's what I mean. I don't want to cop out because I never gave my answer on win total, but I don't even care the win total. I just want to see consistently better football. That will just compete, right? And that will allow you to recruit someone that, if we were drafting QB1 now, I think we're a very attractive destination. Don't spoil that. That's all I ask. Okay.
Just the biggest thing. Don't go into Boston. Don't go into Buffalo and get your doors blown off like every year we've had. Be competitive. Like when you're going into these hostile situations. If you lose, okay. As long as you're fighting until the very end, that's all I'm asking. Aaron Glenn needs to take that next step. And if he can, great. I think Frank Reich being here too will help with that. And the coaching staff that he's put around him, it's the same as the team he's put around. You got great veterans, but also some young coaches as well. Bowling's on our linebacker coach. I think is going to be massive. I think that was a great pickup from Houston. So
yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I like the way that the Jets have built both their coaching staff and their team, mixing in great, solid vets for both sides and solid rookies or solid younger players.
It is the recipe, the sum of all parts looks better because you're right. There's vets that are in the rooms, but there's also rookies under them, and it's just a good, healthy balance because we've had unbalanced formats in the past, and it didn't always work out. Most of the time it didn't. Let me ask you this. I don't know if you have a take. Don't feel pressured to manufacture one if you don't. So I'm not holding your feet to the fire. But AZ chimes in. He says, do you have thoughts on Darrell Jackson Jr.?
I like Darrell Jackson Jr. I wasn't ready for him to be picked. I was not expecting that one, but very raw. But if he can click, he could be a dynamic defensive lineman. And he's a big dude, but he's got very quick feet and a lot of strength. So you can play him as a nose tackle, but you could also have him as a bigger defensive end, and you can move him around this defensive line. The problem is he's just so raw. He's going to need coaching up, and I think by having Onyemata and Phillips here, I think that'll help him out a lot. So you got to take him slow, though. I think if you put him on the practice squad, he's going to get picked up right away. You got to keep him on the roster because I think this kid, if it clicks for him, could be something special.
I guess the only thing that's tainted me in my viewing of DJJ, if you want to call him, I don't even know. He's got to have a nickname. That's too many syllables for me.
You're good.
To say that. But the only knock that kind of soured me on that pick is in hindsight, I felt like they could have took Klubnik there and then took him at 110. Do I know that? No. But obviously they thought Klubnik would have gone after we took him. I just wondered, did they think that he was going to be gone? Should they not take him there? It sounds like you were expecting him to go later. Do you think that they played their cards right there, or do you think they could have took Klubnik, then stuck and picked Jackson and had another 4th round pick?
It's so hard because being in the room to what everybody's hearing, from what I saw him as more of a 5th round pick and stuff like that, 5th or 6th. I like the player, but he was just so raw. That's the problem. He's a project. He's a big project. I thought you could have taken Klubnik and then maybe another receiver in the 4th round because there were still solid players in the 4th round, and then possibly gotten Darrell Jackson Jr. in the 5th. But they saw something they like in this kid, and if it works, it works. If Aaron Glenn can get, if there's anybody who can get the best out of the defensive line, it's Carl Dunbar. So
True.
if he can figure something out with this kid, you could be looking at like a Hayward type of player that Pittsburgh had. That's what I see. That's what I see. With him.
He probably weighed heavily on this selection. Wouldn't you agree?
Mm-hmm. I think so too. I think he saw something in him that reminded him of Hayward.
I could see that. You know what? There's a question in here that just sparked my memory, Ryan. I don't know how long you have, but I do want to ask you. Artie is wondering how many safeties make the team, who's the odd man out, and that actually sparked my memory because if I'm not mistaken, I think you did a 53-man roster prediction lately.
Yes.
I don't know if you have that on your computer or have the time to display it, but I'm, giving you the option to do so if you'd like.
Yeah, I can pull it up real quick and go over my 53-man roster with you.
How's that, Artie? Hell yeah, man. Good suggestion by you. Let's get this party started. Hell yeah. Because, here's the thing. So I planned on doing one of these with Murph or Chaos and we haven't gotten around to it yet. So the fact that I saw you just drop one recently and then you were coming on, I'm like, man, I know in the past you shared screen. I was hoping that you might be able to.
Would you want me to go through my whole 53-man roster or just the safety spot?
How long you got?
I got as long as you need me.
Let's do it, man. Why not? We're just rambling. We're just talking. So if we got to speed up, we can. If we got to slow down, we can.
All right.
Chat, what do you think of this? Let's get popping. We got to. Is this final 53 prediction for
This is based on what the roster looks like now. So it could change depending on. But as the roster sits now, these are the players that I think make the 53. And I also have a practice squad as well. So getting into it, the Jets, I feel like, are going to carry 3 quarterbacks right away because they want Cade Klubnik to basically take it slow. So they got Geno as number 1. They're going to carry Bailey Zappi, and they got Klubnik. That's 3 quarterback right there. I hate when teams only carry 2 because I've seen teams that carry 2 and both quarterbacks get hurt in a game, and now you have your punter playing quarterback or something like that. So I think they carry 3 quarterbacks right off the bat. With running backs, you carry 4. You got Brees, you got Braylon Allen, you got Isaiah Davis, and then you're keeping Nwannu because of his special teams ability, his kick returning. So 4 running backs right off the bat there. And then I'm back and forth on this one. I have the Jets keeping Andrew Beck as a fullback, but I know there's pushback too because Jeremy Ruckert can play fullback. So why not just cut Andrew Beck and then have Jeremy Ruckert and Jelani Woods on the team? I think Andrew Beck is valuable, and he was Darren Muji's first ever free agency signing. So I think there's a little thing there. So I have Andrew Beck remaining on the team. And that leads us into our receiving core, where I've got Garrett Wilson, A.D. Mitchell, Omar Cooper Jr., Tim Patrick, Williams, and I have Arian Smith making the team because of his special teams ability. Because he's been an amazing gunner. We traded Irv Charles. So I think Arian Smith's the one who's going to take his place, and I think they like him a lot. And Aaron Glenn recently has been praising his receiver ability. So use that speed any way you can. So I have the Jets carrying 6 receivers.
Let's do tight ends, and then give me a chance to add some thoughts. Okay.
Oh yeah. So tight ends, I have us carrying 3: Kenyon Sadiq, Mason Taylor, Jeremy Ruckert. Those are the 3. You have an extra blocking tight end in Jeremy Ruckert. If you want to run 3 tight end sets, which I think is very possible for this team. So, questions, concerns, thoughts?
When you said Andrew Beck and then you mentioned Rucker and Woods, immediately in my mind, I said to myself, well, I want Beck over Woods all day. And the reason why is I've yet to hear someone praise Jelani Woods without leading with the statement, he's 6'7". He is such a physical specimen, blah, 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 blah. How about you just tell me that he's good and I'll believe it. But like leading with this size every damn time you talk about the kid, it's just getting old. And it's kind of with Braylon Allen, like just shit or get off the pot, man.
He can't stay healthy either. That's the big thing.
Correct. And I'm not saying that I'm there with Braylon Allen yet. I'm just saying it's like a similar ilk. Like there's got to be more than just your size. Okay. And Andrew Beck, in limited opportunities, he's looked good. I like the kid. I know Joe Blewett is like his number one fan. I respect Joe Blewett's opinion. Also, like I've seen Beck play and he's been versatile. He's even received out of the backfield pretty well.
He can play tight end too. He can
facts.
do both.
Correct. Yes. So why you need Woods? I mean, if Woods wants to beat out Rucker, by all means. But like, maybe he's a practice squad candidate. We'll have to stick around and watch Ryan's list. But Jelani Woods has done nothing for me. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did Reich have him in Indy?
Reich drafted him when he was at the Colts.
So that's
why he could keep him.
That's a wrinkle to watch, but as far as what we've seen out of this kid, I mean, it's approaching Roger Saffold level. Like the dude's done nothing. So I am way down on him, and I'm tired of hearing how he's 6'8" or 6'7". That's all. I had to rant about that. But overall, your list so far, I like. The only thing I would say is on game day when you have to. You know, obviously you can't carry 53 into game day.
Right.
You keep like 46 or some shit. I would just have QB3 be holding a clipboard. And I know you said top two quarterbacks can get hurt in the same game. But I would still, if I'm keeping three, I gotta have one in street clothes. That's just me.
Sounds good.
Good so far. Keep rolling, man.
Next we move to the tackles. We're carrying 4 of them. Simple enough. Olu Fashanu and Armand Membu, the starters. You carry Max Mitchell for his flexibility playing both tackle and guard, just in case you need it. And Chuck Okorafor can play both left tackle and right tackle, better as a right tackle, has starting experience. You bring him back for that vet experience just in case something happens to Armand Membu. So, solid when it comes to the tackles. Enough said there. Interior line, we're carrying 5 interior linemen. Joe Tippmann, obviously. You got Dylan Parham, who we just got from the Raiders as well. So bringing him in, guard center flexibility. Josh Myers, our starting center. Then we carry Xavier Newman and Inez Cooper. I would honestly try to go after another interior lineman because I don't trust Xavier Newman to be able to stay healthy. So I'd want to bring in another center or a backup center with a little bit more ability. So Xavier Newman is here right now on the roster, but things could definitely change as time goes on. So 5 interior linemen, 4 tackles. That's our offensive lineman set right there. Then getting into the defense, interior defensive line, our defensive tackles, have us carrying 5 of them. Harrison Phillips, obviously. I think he's the next in line to get an extension. Tony Alexio, I definitely agree. I think Myers is our weak link at center. He's our weakest lineman, but he played okay last year. I see him as being more of a solid backup center, but he held his own last year. I honestly wouldn't be upset if the Jets moved on from him last year or next year, but right now he's our starting center, and I'm all right with that. Defensive tackles, Harrison Phillips. I think he's the next one in line for an extension, which I think is really good. He's a great vet on this team, solid run defender. People are down on him because he doesn't get after the passer very often, but that was never his game. which is okay. Then we get Juwan Briggs, who I think is going to have a breakout year with the Jets, being able to move along the defensive line. I think that's going to be very key for this defense. He's got pass rush ability. I think those numbers skyrocket, or not skyrocket, but jump from 5 sacks to possibly 7, 8. I think he has that pass rush ability, especially with a monster like Tavondre Sweat in the middle of the defensive line. Then you got David Onyemata. Great signing. I think he can play nose tackle or defensive end as well. Dominant in the run game as well. And Darrell Jackson Jr., just a rotational piece that's there. Signed his contract finally. Think we could definitely utilize him in some way to learn from these guys as well. Any questions so far about the defensive line players? Or
Dude, I love this depth chart for DTs. Like, maybe I got to see them all, but this might be my favorite room.
I think this is one of our biggest strengths on this team.
I can see why. I mean, Briggs, there might not be a player I cannot wait to see this season more than Briggs. Sweat's there as well. Onyemata is under the radar. Like, I think he's going to be a great addition. So, Phillips, I think, provides the high floor, but I also think we have some high ceilings as well. And you can't forget, dude, Carl Dunbar.
Carl Dunbar is going to do wonders with this team, this defensive line. I'm really excited for the edge room because there's 2 players that the Jets got that I think are going to thrive under Dunbar. And we'll get into them in a minute, in which right now, actually. I think we carry 4 edge rushers, and it's the obvious ones. Will McDonald, David Bailey, Kingsley Enagbare, and Joseph Asai. I think Joseph Asai under Dunbar is going to have a very underrated season. I am excited. High motor guy, physical guy. He's gonna be somebody to watch. So Kingsley Enagbare too. These were 2 very under the radar signings that I was somebody who wanted Kingsley Enagbare in a trade last year for a late round pick when he was on the Packers because I love his upside. And with the depth on that Packers defensive line when they got Mike Parsons, I think Enagbare was very underrated. So I'm happy he's here. 2 high-end motor guys. David Bailey, from what I've heard them talk about, his run defense isn't going to be a problem, which was a big concern coming out of the draft. And Dunbar said he gets after the quarterback. That's all we care about right now.
I love that. Hold that thought. Let me see. Can you go to the previous slide real quick?
Yes.
Okay. What do you make of this comment from Brian Glick? Darrell Jackson is going to be, again, like I said, QB3 on the roster, but inactive on game days. Would you agree?
I would agree. I think he's going to be redshirt this year, honestly. You're going to keep him on the roster so he doesn't get picked up on the practice squad. But also, you want him to learn from these guys. You don't want him to get thrown right into it so that if he makes one mistake, he gets inside his own head as a young kid. That's why you got these vets and why you're moving to a 3 front, most likely, where you could have Phillips or Onyemata switch in at D-line, at nose tackle, or at D-end, nose tackle, things like that. So it's versatility on the defensive line, but you also, too, you redshirt Darrell Jackson, make him sit out the games, because then you could also put Enagbare or Joseph Asai on the D-line, too, at D-end. So you would have him out at linebacker. You can have him down on the line. There's flexibility with the edge rushers, too, to make a point that you don't have to force Darrell Jackson Jr. right in.
Follow-up question from Brian Glick. If you go to defensive ends, he is wondering who would have been the odd man out. Who is defensive end number 5 for you, if you have one in mind?
I always had a soft spot for Braden McGregor, but he ain't making the team. Watts, I thought about. He ain't making the team. I considered Mazzy Smith as a defensive tackle, defensive end. He ain't making the team. So those were the guys I considered. But when you have players like this, I think it's just so hard to bring that in for those guys.
Can you go to the edges real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good room too.
That's a solid room. And you have Enigbare Osai down on the defensive line too. So Mazzy Smith, there's no point in him being here. Watts, he hasn't proved anything. McGregor, liked the player a lot, but never proved anything here. So when you got these guys here who have proven that they can make things happen on the defensive line, their numbers might not be exciting, but what you hear from their teams that they used to play for, high motor, energy, strong, physical, powerful, durable. That's what Aaron Glenn wants. That's what we need on this defense. And it's a much better defensive line group than we had last year.
A gaping omission I've noticed. Would you take Tyler Barron and shoot him into the sun?
Oh, yeah. I never wanted Tyler Barron anyway. He's a wasted pick.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, AZ, man, like minds. He says Tyler. Oh, he's saying he's going to make the team.
If he makes the team, I would lose my ever-loving mind. I cannot see him making the team. Who's he making it over? Enigbare? Absolutely not. Osai? No. Daryl Jackson Jr.? No. He ain't making this team. I can't see it.
AZ, you know what? Challenge to AZ. When we get done with this, I want you to know who you would cut from Ryan's 53 in order to make room for Tyler Barron. It doesn't have to be an edge rusher. It could be someone else, but stay tuned. There might be some fat you can trim.
Definitely gonna be, because I know that one of my rooms, positional groups, not a lot of people are going to agree with, but we'll get to that.
Carry on, brother. Carry on. Jets Worldwide chiming in.
AZ, he's always great. I love the comments that he makes and everything. He's great.
Oh, dude, AZ is the man. I intend on meeting him this year at the Cardinals game.
Nice.
Yes, I can't wait, man. Also, I thought you meant AZ Thomas for a moment.
No.
I like him, but
I like him too.
Yeah. But you know what? I don't want to tease anything or spoil anything. Carry on, sir. That concluded the D line.
Let's do it. Going into our linebackers, have us carrying 4. Demario Davis, obviously, Jamie Sherwood, Kiko Mauinoa, and McCrary Ball for special teams. I think we only carry 4 of them. I like Jaden Keller, but I don't think he makes the team. The undrafted rookie that we signed. I like Michael Walker, but don't see that happening. I only see us carrying 4, and sometimes I wouldn't be shocked if we run just a 2 linebacker set with Jamie and Sherwood and Demario Davis on the field with having a 5 front. So there's going to be a lot of mixed up defenses this year. I like Maui Noah. I think he showed flashes last year, but there were also times he looked completely lost.
Which, I mean, to be fair, if the guy leading you is Jamie and Sherwood, I think that I would probably drive straight at a fork in the road. So just a heads up there.
Oh, yeah. I think Jamie and Sherwood's going to have a much better year because Demario Davis is going to get him set and in right place. And I have my belief is as well, he was under so much pressure last year from his contract extension, from being in a defense that I think Steve Wilkes just butchered last year, had no concept. Jamie and Sherwood is going to be able to play free this year and just based on his instincts, which I think is what got him that contract with the New York Jets. So with having Demario Davis there as well, he's going to teach him just like CJ Mosley did. So I'm really excited for that. I think Jamie and Sherwood stepped back this year.
Here is a comment from Brian Glick. He says Mikael Walker might be player 53. Any thoughts on him?
He definitely could. Solid rotational piece, another special teams player. I think Aaron Glenn likes him too, but he's going to be a fringe player. He's going to be fringe on this team. And if he doesn't make the team, another team's going to pick him up right away. So I wouldn't be shocked if he ends up leaving.
Let's be honest too. Like, gone are the days where our defense can field 30 guys. Like, we intend on having a decent offense, right? You got to give them guys as well. You can't always keep a fifth linebacker if you need a sixth receiver. Like, there's limited spots. And again, like, once this list is complete by you, I want to know, like, yeah, lobby for guys now, sure. But I want to know at the end, like, are you still lobbying for that guy? And if so, who are you cutting? Like, that's the more interesting thing for me. We're about to get to the secondary, I believe, and I wonder, that could be a little bit polarizing. So,
secondary is definitely going to be polarizing. I don't think the cornerbacks will be, but we'll talk. For our cornerbacks, I have us carrying 6 of them. Nashawn Wright, Brandon Stevens, D'Angelo Pons, obviously, A.Z. Thomas, and Jarvis Brownlee Jr., and Quantez Stiggers for special teams. I think we carry these 6 guys. I think it makes a very strong cornerback room. Brandon Stevens also, too. I wanted to do a video about talking about his flexibility, who could play safety as well, but I doubt they move him there. Nashawn Wright, I think, is a day one starter. Brandon Stevens, I think, will be the other starter on the other side. And then D'Angelo Pons and Jarvis Brownlee Jr. are going to be fighting for the slot cornerback. But I think this is a very strong room. I like it. I think we have depth. We have solid players. So if something happened to Nashawn Wright, A.Z. Thomas can step right in and play. Something happens to Pons, Jarvis Brownlee Jr. with his physicality can step right in. I think there's strengths and weaknesses for both, or even 2. You really like D'Angelo Pons. Let's say Brandon Stevens gets hurt. D'Angelo Pons can play outside. Jarvis Brownlee Jr. comes in for the slot. You can maneuver things around with this cornerback room. I think this is one of our strengths on this team. So I have us carrying the 6 cornerbacks. And then,
hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We didn't see it yet. What I will say is, Stevens signed a 3-year deal, but that can very, very easily be 2. If he looks like as inconsistent as last year, I don't know if he even ends the year for me as a starter on this team. So, I do love the fact that we added Wright. I do love A.Z. Thomas coming back for year number 2. I love adding Pons because this room to me looks like a room that can take probably, I'm guessing, our lads has Brandon Stevens as our DB1 or whatever. This room, you could shoot him into the sun and still field a team. And that I appreciate because we don't know. Is he going to be good? Like, he was so up and down. I just don't want to rely on Brandon Stevens. And it does seem like we've made strides to allow that to happen, or allow us not to have to rely on him. Does that make sense?
That makes complete sense. Because I wouldn't be shocked if they use him as a trade piece at some point too. The contract isn't awful. He does have some ability coverage-wise, and he's got size too. He's not afraid to tackle, can support in the run game. Honestly, I have him here. I think he does start, but I would not be shocked if he does get traded at some point as well. I think they could use him as a trade piece because I think Nashawn Wright is somebody who's going to get extended at the end of the year.
You want to read who this is from and what it says?
The Jets Life Podcast. Go New York, go New York, go. Hashtag Nixon5. I was pumped, dude. I thought they were going to sweep them, honestly, like they did the previous series. Oh, man. Jalen Brunson, man. King of New York. That whole team, like you got to give it up because they had a solid bench. No matter Jalen Brunson comes out, all right, Shamet can come in and make a 3-pointer. McBride can come in. You have all these pieces. You had Cat playing out of his mind this whole time, putting him in great situations. Being able to defend Wemby as well was just insane. I think the Knicks, if they winning gives me hope that the Jets can do it in my lifetime too.
I love that. I love that, like you said, like they had situational guys that rose and did their job. And that I appreciate because you don't see that often anymore. In theory, on paper, you have this guy, Arian Smith is gonna be our deep threat, period. And then it just never happens and he's nothing. How about some of these guys this year rise and do their job? The Alvarados, the Shamits, like you said, the Deuce McBrides, the Mitchell Robinsons. Just
Mitchell
do
Robbins
your
was so good. Longest tenured Nick went through the awful times with this team to finally come through, get his ring and get his moment. Because there was worry that he was going to leave in free agency if they didn't extend him.
Right.
So I'm glad we kept him. I'm just happy for him that he's stuck with this team through all the awful times.
He can leave on a high note because it does sound like as of today he's leaving. Shamit leaving, Alvarado staying. For those that don't know, but you know what? We've talked a lot of Knicks on this show the last 2 weeks. I do want to shout out to Anthony, man, the Jets Life podcast. We got to get him back on here with
he's
you.
always good.
Dude, a good 3-pack, three amigos. We got to, I just know it's tough for you guys being on the East Coast sometimes with these time slots, but definitely got to get linked up with him. You teased the safeties. Would you like to do the unveiling?
Yeah, I think this room's going to have a little bit of backlash. I have him carrying 5 safeties. So I have Fitzpatrick, obviously. Andre Sisco I have on making this team. I think he steps up this year from last year. I think with Aaron Glenn calling the defense, I think it's going to be better. Malachi Moore, I think, can take a big leap with Minkah Fitzpatrick leading the way. I have Dane Belton, who can compete for a starting job as well and adds a lot to special teams. And I have VJ Payne here, who I think makes this team for special teams purposes, but also the flexibility of playing both a safety, but can also play the nickel role as well. And Minkah Fitzpatrick, the reason I have 5 safeties, Minkah Fitzpatrick is going to be more than just a safety. They're going to use him as a linebacker. They're going to use him as a nickel corner. They're going to use him as a safety. They're going to use him all over the defense. So that's why I have them carrying 5 safeties, just because of what Minkah Fitzpatrick and what we've heard, how they're going to use him. So I think it's a okay room. I know a lot of people aren't high on Andre Sisco, and he's a bubble piece as well, who can obviously get cut or traded. So I think if he's the Andre Sisco from the Jaguars 2 years ago, I think he has the ability to start for this team, which was why I was excited when they signed him.
Preach.
But if we get the Sisco from last year, who comes in and forgets how to tackle, forgets how to cover, then it's going to be a concern. But I think with Minkah back there, I think it's going to be a lot better because he's going to be basically what DeMario Davis is for the linebacking room and for the defensive line, getting them set up. Minkah is going to be that for the DB room. He's going to make sure Andre Sisco is where he's supposed to be. Also, it's also much of an upgrade over Tony Adams being back there with him last year, who basically was out of position every play. So,
love this room as well. Let me just first and foremost, I'm higher than consensus on Dane Belton. Not just because of his glorious name, but because he's good. I will say that I would, if this was a depth chart, I think I would put him at 2. And I'm not saying you aren't, because I don't think these are in order.
no, they're not in order. It's just
yeah, right. No, I just to defend you, this is not a depth chart. This is just a totality of the room. But Cisco, I'm also higher than consensus on. They like him. We should lean into that. I mean, also he's cheap as hell.
Yeah.
So like he has intercepted balls in the past. He had 7 over a 2-year span at one point, which is not nothing. 7 picks over 2 years. Pretty good. So for $1 million or $2 million, hell yeah. I think I'd have him at 4. But Payne is interesting because like I toy with, yes, I do think he was good value when we drafted him, but I also toy with, can he be safe on the practice squad? I think he might be, but the other thing is I want to add, and people can talk about Payne. I think some already are, but Minka and the fact that you only kept 4 linebackers and you made a point of saying that is wonderful because I might have kept 5, and then when I kept Fitzpatrick, I don't need that 5th linebacker because of what they're saying with Fitzpatrick. What he's saying himself, he can play slot corner, he can play linebacker, he can play free safety, he can play strong safety. Why do you need a 5th linebacker if you're if you're going to use Fitzpatrick all over the place? You don't need to. So what I'm trying to say is Fitzpatrick negated the fact that you needed a 5th linebacker. Maybe you just took that spot and you gave it to Payne, that's fine. I might have used it somewhere else, but also Fitzpatrick earned you that right, and I can't knock it.
The reason I think I kept BJ Payne is one, similar to Daryl Jackson Jr. role, is he has a lot of upside. And he was somebody who was a big hitter in college and somebody who had solid coverage ability. But again, he didn't have the most starting experience, very young, very raw. And that's why he fell so late in the draft. I don't think he would make it on the practice squad because people would see the size, the strength that he has, the athleticism, and take him real quick. I could definitely see Miami doing something like that with their defensive backcourt, or New England taking him from us. So that was why I wanted to keep him. And this changes too. Like we were talking about Matt Milano earlier. If Matt Milano gets signed, then I'm most likely going to keep VJ Payne and maybe have to make a move to trade Cisco or somebody like that. I'd have to make a move somewhere else because I'd rather have a Milano than a player who I could cut bait with and not really have a concern because of the rotational pieces that we have.
I love it. I love it. What do you think about getting some feedback on your list from the chat?
I'd love it. I'd love to hear it.
First off, a softball. Not really, because it's actually brutal, and I feel it, and I empathize with it. Harry Wiener chimes in. Love that guy. He is the man. He's a beanbagger, as the name suggests, but a good staple around the Green Bean Jets community. He says he is 71, and he needs to see another Super Bowl. We talked Knicks. You talked about, could that pave the way for the Jets doing something magical as well? What can you speak on when it comes to Harry, who's 71, and he is craving it?
First things first, God bless, man, for being part of this team, being a fan of this team for so long, going through the high times, the hard times, mainly hard times, for dealing with everything you've dealt with this team, the heartaches. Like, God bless. Like, I'm hoping, just for everybody's sake and what the Jets can do to win you a Super Bowl, so you could see it. That's awesome. That's loyalty right there. And that's what makes the Jets community so great, because we are loyal no matter what we get.
Agreed. I assume he means he's 71, not he's 7'1". I'd just like to throw that out there.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking Knicks. Maybe he's trying to say, he could have went against Wemby as well. I'm just saying.
Probably could with how Wemby played in this series.
Wemby, yeah, I'd like to. Nah, shut up, Dane. Harry Wiener will take you on, Wemby. That's all I got to say. All right, Chris B chiming in. You know what? I'm going to close your share screen just to give you a little more bandwidth. We may have a question or two, but I think we can remember most of it.
Yeah.
And if not, we can bring it back. But Cisco's ball hawking abilities, says Crispy, and range, unfortunately, haven't come to fruition yet for our New York Jets.
I agree. That's why one of my bold predictions last year was that Andre Cisco was going to be a Pro Bowler and like this All Pro because I thought he was going to take that next step. The problem with that, too, it just never happened. And then the injuries came around. He was knocked out for the season. I think the defense was just a complete and utter mess. You had no veterans anywhere. That's the problem in the defensive backroom. You had no veterans, and you had a defensive coordinator who, let's be honest, I liked the hire originally with Steve Wilkes. He was the veteran who had head coaching experience, which we all wanted, but it didn't work out, and there were a lot of players giving backlash to his play style or his play calling ability too. So with Aaron Glenn finally calling it, I think it opens a lot of things up for him. And is he gonna be a dominant player? Probably not. But I think having Minkah Fitzpatrick back there is definitely going to help him out. And if it doesn't, then you got Dane Belton, who has a lot of upside, or Malachi Moore, who I really like too.
You know, Jet fans will know the name Dane Belton, I promise you. Dude, the Giant fans I talked to were
pissed.
Yeah, dude, they did not want to lose that kid. He has a knack for the football. He has intangibles. Stay tuned. That's all. Buckle up. Let's keep them rolling. Brian Glick chiming in. VJ Payne and Quantez Stiggers might be a coin toss for who doesn't dress on game day. Both make the 53, though.
I agree. Both make the 53. I think VJ is going to be the one to not dress because Stiggers on defense is a very, very strong player there. And with just the starting ability, too, to come in and start at cornerback if we need it. I think VJ Payne's going to be like Darrell Jackson Jr. and might not see the field at all this year unless something catastrophic happens.
Well, let's be honest, too. Like, if it wasn't for big-ass head Tony Adams, then Stiggers would have had broken our interception drought last year. Hey, nope. 22 getting his big old noggin in the way. Yeah.
I'm glad he's gone.
Yeah, same here. You said Clemens, Tony Adams. See ya. One more, and then we have a caller, and then we'll get back to the chat. AZ chime in, and he says, yes, Cisco isn't making it. Barron over him, says AZ. I don't like Barron, but they traded up, and it's a bad look dumping him after 1 year.
Might be a bad look, but you have to do what's best for the team, and Barron ain't it. So with keeping some of the talent that you have already, Barron, for him to make the team, he has to be out of his mind in training camp. He's got to be all over the field. He's got to do so much because the Jets have brought in so much talent on that side of the ball, the same position he plays in. It's going to be really rough for him to make this team. Practice squad, possibly, but I don't even think I put him on our practice squad.
It's tough, man. I will say physically, he looks the part. He looks like a Timu Germain, man. But unfortunately, when he played, and again, it's very hard to tell what was their own fault and what was, the Sherwood leadership, and what was just the tanking and all that. Very hard to parse through all that. But what I will say is, guys I know and respect, Connor Rogers and all them, they just kept shouting from the mountaintops late last year, this kid does not belong on a football field. And that stuck with me ever since. I need to look at the film myself, but what I will say is I hope last year, the way things were on defense, that we got the worst version of everybody, because it sure looked like we did. What I also hope is that with Demario Davis this year, we see the best versions of those same people. In order to do so, though, you got to have them on the team. So it's going to be very difficult for me when I do this 53 of who deserves a second chance because of situations that happened last year and who is just not good. It's a very tough judgment call.
It's tough. I was never a fan of his. I think there was flexibility from the interior of the defensive line that he could play in the exterior. He just wasn't good.
I respect that opinion and I believe it if you say it. So without further ado, I gotta bring in a caller. If you got one up, you got time for a caller?
Oh
All
yeah,
right.
like I said, I'm here until you want to kick me out. I'm good.
Hey, same here. We're all having fun. That 53 prediction really helped. I think wet everyone's whistle around here. Now we're cooking, man. Off and running. Another guy who is always off and running, especially chasing kids. Not Jason Kidd, shout out Nets.
That's what I thought you
Chasing,
said.
chasing kids. Let's bring him out. Johnny
Yo,
Boy.
What's up?
what's good, guys?
How's it going?
I thought you said chasing waterfalls. You know what I mean?
Hey,
So,
don't go chasing waterfalls.
oh yeah. So, love the topics. All right, because I mean some real shit. But I wanted to ask you a few ones. So you kind of brought it up a little bit earlier. First off, Dano, love the hat. It looks really good on you, bro. I know you were really worried about the white brim, right? But no, it does. It's pretty tough.
Dude, I thought the brim would blend in with my skin, but I've been working outside and now it's like 2% different.
Yeah. Yeah. So. All right. AZ Thomas. Can he push Brandon Stevens for position 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I think Brandon Stevens is he played okay last year until the end of the season. I think AZ Thomas is going to push him really, really hard this offseason and has the ability to be cornerback 2. I think Nashawn Wright's going to win cornerback 1. I really like the upside with him. Brandon Stevens is a concern because there are plays where he just gets blown by. AZ Thomas didn't really have that bad of a games last year. The injuries were a concern. But I really think that it's going to be a big positional battle between him and Stevens next year for cornerback 2 in the offseason. So I really think he can push him.
All right. Then for slot, Brownlee or the new dude that we just brought in.
Pons.
Yeah.
Pons.
Okay.
I like the ability. I like the physicality that he brings. Jarvis Brownlee Jr. does too. But Pons was just – he has natural instinct for the position. I think he's actually a better outside cornerback than a slot cornerback. But I think they're going to start him out in the inside and then gradually move him to the outside. So I think he ends up starting there. I just love the upside with the kid. And he's been dominating in the mini camp and OTAs as well. He dominated.
Arian Smith and Nwangu.
I think both of them make the team. Arian Smith is going to make it as a gunner. I don't think he's going to be utilized a lot as a receiver. He's going to be the gunner, and he's going to replace Irv Charles for what he did. And Nwanu's just going to be a kick returner. You're never going to see him run the ball in the backfield or anything like that.
But that's kind of where I was going at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is Arian Smith going to essentially compete for punt kick returner number 2 over Kenny and Nwangu? Because I think it's Isaiah's job to lose, right? So I don't think that happens. But I feel like Arian Smith is doing everything and anything to do whatever position they're asking for him to do, which that for me, I love in a player, and you need those types of individuals. So that's the reason why I asked you that one.
Yeah. I think Nwanu wins just because he's proven it already. He's proven the return ability. The injuries with him are a concern because it seems like he's there for one game and then he misses 2 and stuff like that. So Arian Smith might get a shot there. But I think off the bat, Nwanu wins the kick returning side with Isaiah Williams. But Arian Smith will be there on special teams in some way, shape, or form.
And then the last one. I kind of feel like the safety room is getting a little bit. The safety room and tight end rooms are getting a little bit crowded, right? Who is your two starters, and then in the tight end for the safety rooms, and who are your three tight ends? Does Ruck get pushed out to potentially take over Bex, and Jelani Woods is the guy because of the comparisons of Sadiq and him, or is Ruck making that much noise that he's still going to be tight end number 3 because they do believe in his blocking capabilities?
So for tight end, Sadiq and Mason Taylor are going to be the starters. Ruckert makes the team. And I think he'd make it over Beck because he can play fullback too. His blocking ability is there. I think Jelani Woods is the one who's out on it. For the safety room, I'm going to say the starters are going to be Fitzpatrick and Dane Belton, because I think Belton's he's a coverage monster too. He's ball hawk back there, always seems to be in the right space. He seems like a better version of like an Ashton Davis type of player, in my opinion. Better tracking ability. If there was anybody who's going to be out in that room, it'd be Andre Cisco. But I think the two starters for the safety are going to be Belton and Fitzpatrick.
Awesome. All right. Well, I mean, that's my take. And look, Geno Smith is my quarterback. I'm believing in Geno. I think this is his last hurrah. If I'm being honest with you guys, I think he's a lot to prove, because there's not many teams that are going to want to pick this dude up or anything. I mean, this is his last chance to try to be a starter in the NFL. And if he could throw for 3,100 yards with insert name of Raider, wide receiver last year, insert offensive lineman other than Pelham, whatever the hell his name is that we have now, right? Them trying to change Genty's running stance or whatever. Bowers was hurt, and he still did that right there. I mean, hot take, and I said it on my show with Snowball. I think he breaks Ryan Fitzpatrick's record. And he holds the title for the season. I really think that this offense is going to be high-powered next year. And I think, you're going to have Sadiq be the guy that's going to help Mason Taylor a lot, because I think they're going to be so scared of what Sadiq could do, that they're going to give the ball more to Mason Taylor. But Sadiq opens up the field a lot more. So I'm so pumped and excited for the season. I'm trying not to be like, but I just can't help it, man. The offense is what has me. It has me hyped, man. Like
it's exciting because we haven't had an offense like this since Lavernius Coles and Santana Moss and stuff like that. Like that was the last time we had, like, with Curtis Martin as running back too, like, and Pennington throwing the ball. That's the last time we really had an exciting offense.
Beck, I mean,
Patrick with Brandon Marshall and Eric Decker too. Like, that was fun, but you never knew which Fitzpatrick you were going to get on the field.
Do you think that the defense takes a step forward in the right direction and is not as bad as it was last year because of the veterans that we have now there, which I would consider, Minka, DeMario, Harrison Phillips as those voices in that locker room in the defense?
Oh, yeah. I think it's going to take a big step forward because you have veterans at all three levels. Having Harrison Phillips and David Onyemata on the defensive line to help guide those guys, key for that. You have DeMario Davis, probably the best leader in the NFL at linebacker, to help guide those young guys too. And then Minka Fitzpatrick, who's been doing it all at the defensive back room, mixing those veterans with those young players for all levels of this defense, definitely going to take a step forward. And I think with Aaron Glenn calling the plays too, which I think is it's what got him here. I think that's going to be key for this defense too. So I think they're going to be taking a big step forward. Don't be shocked if they're a top 15 to top 10 defense in the league this year. I'm got that confidence in them.
So then that's my final question, and it was because of Dano and the Danger Zone. If you guys are watching, make sure you guys are hitting the sub, hitting the like button. I mean, yo, you already know what time it is when you're in the Danger Zone. Would you want a top 10 offense or a top 10 defense? And if so, why? So I'll leave you guys with that. I mean, again, this is a question that was on the Danger Zone. I've been I love this so much that I've been wanting to let everybody know about it. But yeah, top 10 offense or top 10 defense, and why? Peace.
Johnny boy, love you, brother.
Thanks,
Have a
bud.
good weekend, man.
You
All
too,
Have a
guys.
great night.
Johnny boy he's got to get to his home gym, which he's been living in apparently lately. Dude is swole. Just putting that out there into the
He's
universe.
awesome. He had
Love it.
great questions, man. He's awesome.
Check out Jets Worldwide on YouTube. They are starting to pick up steam and they are a rising star themselves. Check them out Friday evenings, and then check us out at nighttime. But yeah, great question indeed. I'm going to let you go first because honestly, I could go either way and I can defend either way. So you go first, pick what you want from the litter as the guests get to do, and I will pick up the pieces.
So rather have a top 10 offense or a top 10 defense? I'm on the adage of defense wins championships. So I want a top 10 defense because if you can get, or a top 10 defense, yeah. If you can give me a top of the half offense, even if it's like 15 or in the teens, if you have a top 10 defense, you're stopping teams and you're not giving up too many points. Like, look at the Seahawks when they dominated the Broncos years ago with Peyton Manning. If you have a defense like that, hell, if the Broncos had Bo Nix last year playing the Patriots, they would have gone to the Super Bowl. That defense was winning them the game. Jarrett Stidham couldn't do it. I want a top 10 defense because I want to put pressure on the quarterback, because that'll ruin their team.
Yeah.
If we have a top offense, cool, it's fun, but it doesn't help. You look at the Bengals. They have a top offense when Joe Burrow's playing, but their defense can't stop anything, and they lose 45-40.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Damn, that was a compelling case you made there. You know what? I'm gonna go first. Never mind. Let's go back. Guys, rewind it a minute. I'm gonna go first. No, I mean, and maybe you disagree. Judging from your take, maybe you do. But I will say, like, I want to go offense because I feel like personally, I've seen top 10 offenses have bottom 25% defenses and still be successful because they just outscore teams. I feel like the same cannot be said when it comes to a top 10 defense and a bottom quarter of the league offense. I feel like those teams aren't as successful as the former. Now, you said it though. Like, if you can give me a top 20 of the other, that changes the argument. But let's assume, like we should, with the way this team has performed, that if we do get a top 10 on one side of the ball, that the other end is going to be cheeks. I mean, that's the way I'm taking it. If I had to pick one to be cheeks, personally, I'm picking the defense because I've seen the opposite for far too long and I need change. I'm buckled up, Aaron Glenn. I'm buckled up. I'm built for this shit, but that shit needs to be a compelling, exciting offense, and you can do whatever you want with the rest of the team.
Yeah. You're not wrong. Like, a top offense is exciting. And when you make it point that way, it's close to home with the Jets because we've had those top 10 defenses. But when Zach Wilson's your quarterback, or a slew of different quarterbacks, and you're ranked 31st, 32nd, you're not going to win because you can't score points. You're going to lose 9-6 or 9-3, which we've done. But a defense, if your offense can be somewhat good. 20s, something. Then a top defense will help you a lot.
And I would agree. I would take the D in that. Pause. Pause. Major pause.
I was gonna let it slip, and then you just kept
rewind 5 minutes, gang. Again.
I don't think we're rewinding that one, my guy.
Dude, if you could tell me both are top 20, though, I'm with you. Defense all the way. We just invested second overall, which is more than 9 out of 10 teams' whole drafts this past year. So it's most important that pick 2 works out. If you tell me the defense is top 10, I bet you pick 2 worked out. Yeah, I'm with you in that regard. The problem is the way Johnny framed it. He didn't specify how good the other half of the team could be, which is
up to interpretation.
Yes, correct. Which we're both right in that case.
Exactly. We both make great arguments because, hell, if our defense is top 10, but our offense is awful, yeah, I want a better offense. All right? Because the Bengals are just the ones that prove that you needed better defense, because Joe Burrow scores 40 plus a game with that offense, and he still lost.
Correct. You're right. I mean, I would be interested to hear from Bengals fans and would love to know what their vibe was watching that happen. Great offense, terrible defense. What's your vibe like compared to ours? Or like not even ours, just a team maybe that performed the opposite way. That's all, you know. But yeah, chat was loving that, by the way. Brian,
you're gonna have to meet with HR after this.
I love it. Johnny Boy chiming in. He says exactly. I think that he means he left it open to interpretation. The hope, the dream. I don't even say top 20 both ways. I say top 25 because honestly, that would be a vast improvement. It really would. Peg said, settle for nothing less. I hope she just means, top 20 and not, taking that D. I assume, but, hey, you know what they say about assuming. You know what I did do though? I put some feedback about your top 50 or your final 53 prediction. I put it on the back burner because Johnny called in. Can we circle back and hit a few of those?
Yeah. Just a little bit too. For the last 3 players, I had Sanders getting the kicking job. I had McNamara being the punter, and Thomas Hennessy being the long snapper.
I like that. Sanders, is that only because of your judging just who's on the 90 right now?
Just the 2 kickers who are on the team. And I'd rather go with Sanders, who, yes, he was hurt all season last year, but he's proven that he's a Pro Bowl caliber kicker, and he's got a cannon of a leg. I'd rather have that than a very inconsistent Cade York.
I am with you. I think Scott meant to say promote the DZ, but I'm sure his phone had a typo there.
I don't know anymore. I'm getting concerned.
You know what? Let's hit the most recent question first, and then I have some in the vault I gotta hit. AZ chiming in live with us here in the Danger Zone. Spike the like button here on a Friday night, late June. He says, "What's Ryan's projections for yards, touchdowns? Oh, for each receiver and tight end." Ryan, can you give us all 12 of those?
Oh God. Tim Patrick's going to lead the team in touchdowns with 25. No, God, no. God. Garrett Wilson, I feel, is going to have another 1,000-yard receiving year. I would say he's going to have close to 1,300 yards. I'm going to say 5 touchdowns, which doesn't seem like a lot with that many yards, but he's going to rack them up and get us closer. A.D. Mitchell, I think, is going to have over 800 yards and another 5 touchdowns. I think he's going to be our red zone threat. Omar Cooper Jr. is going to be closer to I'm going to say he's going to be 400 yards. He's going to get his feet wet in the NFL, and I think he's going to have 400 yards, 2 touchdowns. Tim Patrick, I don't think is going to get as much. I think he might have close to 200 yards and a touchdown, if that. Gosh. Kenyon Sadiq, I think will have 500 yards receiving, 500 plus yards, and 3 touchdowns. Not an overwhelming year, but I think it's going to help out the other guys a lot. I think Mason Taylor is going to have a bigger year. I think he's going to be closer to 700 yards and have 6 touchdowns. I think he's going to be our tight end receiving threat. I think he's going to have a better year. Jeremy Rucker, I think, again, he might have close to 200 yards and a touchdown maybe. I think he's going to be more of a blocker. Isaiah Williams, I don't think he'll be utilized a lot on a receiver because
Maybe
of all the
end arounds.
End arounds, possibly maybe 100 yards, if that. No touchdowns. He's going to get most of his touchdowns on kick returns and punt returns. And Arian Smith, I don't think he's going to get any action on the field other than special teams.
Agreed with most of that. A.D. Mitchell, again, you said 5 tutties and what?
And close to 800 yards. I'm doing the math. Yeah. Geno Smith, I think, is going to have a much better year than a lot of people think. With a better offensive line, because he's not that far off of a 4,300 yard passing season, right?
True.
With Seattle, who didn't have a great offensive line either. They had a okay one, but he had DK Metcalf and Baldwin as his. Was it no, not Baldwin? Lockett, Tyler Lockett as his receivers.
Did he have JSN
for his rookie season? I believe. When he didn't, JSN didn't have that great of a season.
Mm-hmm.
Then he goes to the Raiders with an offensive line that was awful. And then you had Trey Tucker, who was your leading receiver after Myers got traded. So I think Geno comes back with a solid offensive line, protection, 2 tight end sets who can both be monsters at receiver, and a receiving core that's solid. And you got Breece Hall back there too, who's going to help with the receiving yards. I wouldn't be shocked if Geno Smith has a 4,000 yard passing year. And I know that sounds crazy and that might be a bold prediction, but this offense can be something with the weapons we have. And that might look or sound very optimistic. And I'll claim, I'm an optimistic Jets fan, but I wouldn't be shocked if Geno had over 4,000 yards passing.
Yeah. Well, it'd be shocking, obviously, to both of us because we just haven't seen it really.
Right.
But yeah, I agree. Like the time is now, man. Like multiple quarterbacks do it every year. It's about time we got one that isn't 50 years ago, you know? So I got a comment here. If you could read it for me, I got to step away for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But I'll be back before it's my turn to speak, and you always hold it down, brother.
Thank you.
So here you go. Oscar, who left us to go watch his Senators in the NHL draft, has returned. So I'm circling back to a comment he made earlier I've been saving, and I think it's a good one. Talk to Oscar and tell us what you think about this.
In my opinion, Ryan and Dana, we just need to tough it out this year. We're going to win 2 to 3 games this year, get a top 5 pick for 2027. Then we get Jeremiah Smith and our franchise QB. The future is bright. I find it so hard to believe that the Jets only win 2 to 3 games. With the amount of talent we have on offense and defense, if that's the case and we only win 2 to 3 games, Aaron Glenn is gone. This whole coaching staff is gone. Honestly, the only one who might be retained is Banjo because of how good he is as a special teams coordinator. But I find it so hard with the amount of talent we put on this team, offense and defense. you have a quarterback that's competent now. And I know people are down on Gino with everything going on, which is understandable. He had an awful season last year. And I don't want to just blame the offense that he was put around or the coaching staff that he was put around. He made some really bad decisions throwing the ball last year. But there's a lot that went into it with that team. The Raiders were dysfunctional, and that's something when we're Jets fans, and we know the dysfunction around this team. I just find it so hard to believe that the Jets only win 2 to 3 games. I really see us winning 7 games. There's winnable games here. 2 to 3, I just can't see it. I can see that with the Cardinals because their team is, I don't even know what they're doing. Jacoby Brissett holding out for starting money, and he's I don't even want to get into that. So you have teams like that. You don't know what the Raiders are going to be now with Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza. I just find it so hard to see with the Jets, with the way they built up this defense, the way they built up the offensive weapons, a lot of young talent, some solid vets. I can't see the Jets winning 2 to 3 games.
Let me spin that. I got many more to rapid fire through, but I want to spin it real quick. If I could tell you winning 2 to 3 games this year, you will pick a quarterback and you'll hit on the quarterback. And you can get Jeremiah Smith, like Oscar says. If you could do all that just by suffering for this one more year that's possibly worse than last year, would you sign up for that?
Oh, man. That would be such a heartbreaker because I hate losing. It pisses me off. But Jeremiah Smith, and you hit on a quarterback. It's tough to take, but I guess you'd have to. Like, let's say you start off 0-3, and it's just not getting any better. Then, yeah,
unravels.
It unravels. I'd be like, okay, fire the coaching staff, have Frank Reich be the coach for the season, rest of the season, and then figure it out next year. Get a new offensive-minded guy in here, because I think you have to go an offensive-minded head coach. Oh, you have to have an offensive-minded head coach in here, and then just start it that way. Or if you can get Mike Tomlin in here, that would be amazing. I guess I would.
I mean, there might be other coaches fired this next year too that are even more enticing. I'm not a big Tomlin guy, but I bet you there's candidates. Also,
the former Buffalo head coach.
There you go. I also don't know if I can live through last year again. Dude, yeah. So like, I don't know. I think I just play this out. I don't sign a deal with the devil to lose just to win later. Let's just dude, we've waited this long. Let's just play it out, man. Play it out. How about you scout the right quarterback, go get him next year, and win while we're waiting? How about that?
And the thing is too, like, okay, you fire that, you start losing. And that does happen, let's say. You fire your coaching staff. I would be devastated if Darren Mucci was fired, because I think he's done mostly everything right with this team, with the trades, the extensions, doing it the right way. If you got rid of the coaching staff and the management room, and I know it's the roster possibly, but a lot of the roster, you have talent. It's the coaching that would just prove Aaron Glenn can't coach. He's a better defensive coordinator, and that's okay. Dick LeBeau with the Steelers, when he was a head coach, he was awful. When he was a defensive coordinator, legit. Wade Phillips, another one. Sometimes you're just a better coordinator. But I find it really, really hard if Aaron Glenn can't get this stuff together with all of what the players are saying, all of what the coaches are saying about him. I can't. I can't go through another season like last year.
You know, Brian chimes in that hypothetical is very unlikely to happen, so we should put our thoughts toward winning and building a winning culture. I am here for you, Brian. The Jeremiah Smith thing probably put it into unrealistic category. You could probably have either or. But let's keep going because we do have a caller on the line as well, and I still have old chats we gotta get to. So let's do this. Let's try to rapid fire through some of them. Okay. Tony chiming in. He says the DZ brings in a great guest.
Much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Check him out in the description and previously in the chat, guys. TheJetsWard on YouTube. DayngerZone staple nowadays, man. Hell yeah. Chris B chiming in. He feels like Mikael Walker is underrated rotational linebacker standout on special teams.
I don't disagree. He's a bubble player for me. I just think there's with the utility of Minkah Fitzpatrick. I think that's what bumps him off.
I like it. What say you about Malachi Moore? Bill wants to know.
I love Malachi Moore. I think he can learn a lot from Minkah. And I think when Minkah eventually does retire, Malachi Moore can take that step, and him and Belton could be a long-time safety duo back there.
I like it. AZ chiming in about the secondary as well. Stiggers will make the game day roster. Special teams stud.
Completely agree. And
Love
has
it.
starting experience too, just in case you need it.
Just to be the devil's advocate, I would like to throw this in from Brian, who says, is Stiggers trade bait for the Titans?
Could be. I think Robert Saleh loved him. The problem is, who are you going to get for him? Because I think it would be another player for player. I don't think you're going to get what you want in draft compensation.
Right. I'm with you. Brother Yeti chiming in. Don't trade Cisco. The dude can ball. Just wait and see how he plays in a real system.
I don't disagree. I was a big fan of the Cisco signing. I hope he does ball out for us. But he's got a lot to prove this year.
He does. I mean, he does, but also the price point is right?
Mm-hmm.
I think last year he made like $8 million or something. This year, not so much. Tony chiming in. Wilkes, useless.
Yep. Completely agree.
I love it. See, you know how to rapid fire. Thank you, sir.
I got you.
All right. Brian chiming in. Stiggers hasn't shown too much at cornerback so far.
He's been available, and he's done the job when he's been in there.
And he almost had a pick.
He almost had a pick if it wasn't for Tony Adams.
Facts. AZ chiming in. He also loves his name counterpart, AZ Thomas.
Stud. The kid can be good. I really like him.
I do as well. And again, not his best year, I think, if you asked him, but I think that we need to wait on some of these young guys. But AZ followed it up with, we need Thomas and Pons to be studs so we don't draft one early again next year. Would you agree?
I agree. Also, Nashawn Wright. He if he can be what he was in Chicago, extend him, and he's your cornerback one for a long time, I feel.
I love it. I love it. Chris wants to know, does Mikael Walker's proven ability to play both on the inside and across all special teams units make him a strong asset to our roster bubble?
Yeah, I definitely think he does. The problem is just how much talent we brought on this team and the versatility that, again, Minkah brings. That's the tough part. And especially, too, if we bring in another linebacker, like who we talked about earlier, forget what his name is, but if we bring him in,
Milano.
Matt Milano. If we bring him in, Mikael Walker's gone. So
a lot of M's in there. Chris B chiming in again. Again with a great question. Will we optimize Will McDonald by playing him in a situational pass rushing role, or gain enough confidence in his run defense to continue playing him full time? Wow, great question.
That is a great question. I trust Dunbar to get the best out of Will McDonald, so I would not be shocked if he plays full time until David Bailey's ready.
Ooh. You know what? Ideally, both of them are playing full time at some point. That
hope
would be
so.
the dream. Yeah, that would be the dream.
Mhm.
But if a contract year can't motivate a guy, a guy not Brees Hall, but any other guy, then I think hopefully we get the best of Will McDonald we've seen yet. Here's one that's kind of a deep cut. You may not be able to comment on, so no pressure. But Bill wants to know, do you think running back coach Nick McKissick, Luke, is working with Brees and Braylon on holding on to the ball?
I hope so. I hope he's really working with Braylon to be able to stay healthy, because Braylon, yeah, he looks great when he doesn't have pads on and stuff like that, but he's really proven nothing. And that's why I think the running back room needs to add another running back.
What do you think of Isaiah Davis?
I think he's a solid running back 3. I wouldn't trust him if Brees goes down to be in my running back 2. That's why I think bringing in Joe Mixon or Nick Chubb would be great.
If Brees went down tomorrow, who's your RB1 on this roster?
God. Isaiah Davis. Braylon's coming off an injury and he hasn't proven anything. At least Isaiah Davis has broken off some runs.
I think he could be a Timu Brees. Like Braylon's better as a 2. I want to keep him there.
Exactly. Hell, if you can bring in Najee Harris to be your running back 2, I would take that, because then he can take a beating while Brees can get the most carries, and Najee
and then
running people.
And then he can recruit your Tomlin next year, right?
James Conner would be a great one too. Great job, Crispy. That would be the one I would want, James Conner, because he's in a room where he could possibly get cut, or if you trade for him, he's not going to cost you much, especially coming off that injury.
I love it. Caught up on the pinned comments, guys. Keep them coming. Ryan, so we have 2 things on the docket still, and I hope you still have time. We have a caller.
I told you, I'm here
Okay.
until you kick me out.
Okay. All right. Well, Sunday night it is. We have, though, just to tease the folks, to keep them sticking around, we have a caller on the line. Okay. Big fish, small pond. We also have our top 5 television shows, personal favorites, all time to get to. I hope you have that. Let's hit the caller first, because I want to kind of hit the TV shows on your way out. I assume, did you get the list going?
Yes, I did write mine down because I had to think about it, and I'm like, all right, because I didn't watch too much stuff growing up, like movies or anything. I was so I didn't watch much, but what I did, I enjoyed. So I think I got a decent list.
That's that. Hey, as long as it's your list, that I won't knock it, man. It's Charles Gorman called it at the top of the show, gave us his. I don't think I've seen 60% of his list, but I'm down. But you know what? Just to tease the audience who missed that Charles call, this was Charles' list: Numbers, Batman the Animated Series, Simpsons, Walker Texas Ranger, and Justice League. I will say, the 2 non-animated shows in this list I've seen, and I've liked them both.
All right.
So, just to wet your whistle, I also still have pinned that Artie is a big Happy Days fan.
Happy Days was a good one. I like that
one. Dude, give me Green Acres, give me Andy Griffith's Show, give me Gomer Pyle USMC. I'll take them all. But a guy who I'm sure has no idea about the television shows that I just mentioned. They're long. Let me just bring him out. The one, the only.
Yeah, because I didn't see any of these guys. Yeah. I had my Fire Stick in the 70s back then, right? I didn't see anything
there you
else.
go.
Nice. All right.
Afrim, what is up, my man?
Oh, the negativity sprouting. Let's wait for this. Wait for this to get this guy. If we keep waiting for the perfect guy, we keep losing to just get the perfect guy, we'd be losing every year until, you don't bring in guys from winning cultures in college to be losers. All right. you're out there to win. You're out there to save your job. You're out there to recruit, bring in free agents when the time comes that want to come here. Quality free agents. Let's forget about the losing. Let's forget about what's going on next year. Anything could happen till now and then. You know, half of them could be out for the rest of the season for an injury. You know, and don't count on having the 3 number 1 picks to get you that number 1 guy, because usually the teams that are picking 1, 2, and 3 are in need of a quarterback, and they're not going to give that up.
They're not going to be selling.
Yeah, they're not selling. But considering the amount of quarterbacks that are going to be available next year, and I think it's about 10 or 11 of them that are all good, you know, based on what you see. Yeah.
As of now, but we all know that could change.
Everything could change. You know?
Right.
Gino could put up 5,000 yards, and all of a sudden, we want to keep him for next year. You know, he's got enough weapons. You know,
I mean, Sadiq probably had 3,500 of those, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I know. Sadiq's your guy.
Hey, it could be all. Hey, Sadiq, he can be all our guys. Okay, he's a man of the people.
I wasn't ready for Sadiq to be drafted by the Jets, but when
they were ready for Sadiq
so
to
happy.
be drafted. When they saw him, their eyes lit up. If you see some of these shows, when he was available, Reich was like out of the world to know he had a guy like that, because that's the guy you want. You want a guy that's just a mismatch in a lot of positions. You know, he runs a 4.39 and he's a 6'3",
6'3",
2 something.
Runs that fast, can block. He can do it all, really.
He can do it all, and he's still a rookie, still learning.
Yeah,
you know, who knows? We might even get Dante Moore. Just might fall in our laps.
If we get Dante Moore,
yeah,
I would be ecstatic. I really like Dante Moore.
Yeah.
And I hate when people were like, oh, he went back to college so he can avoid the Jets. I don't think that was real. I think he wants to win it all next year. And pairing him with Sadiq, who he has a relationship with already, I would be all for it.
Listen, it's just this win. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Just win. I worry about what's going to be available next year. We'll worry about it when the season's over. But right now, you know, I like to talk about which is better, the defense or the offense. But you know something? With considering what we got in talent on both ends, we might be at the same level on both levels. And with we might be balanced in all 3 aspects: special teams, offense, and defense.
Let me ask you that. Would you prefer that, or like say both could be 15th, or you could throw them in a hat and pick one out? One of them is going to be top 5, and the other is going to be 25th.
No, I'd rather have balance. You know why? Because not every team is balanced. Right? You know, there's a lot of parity that has happened in this league. No team is dominant anymore. Anything can happen any given time, you know. But you know, any team coming in has to play the best if this team stays consistent. You know, they know that they got a good defense and a good offense and a hell of a special teams. Now you gotta coach differently against this team. All right. So right now, my prediction, I don't know. It could be 7. I think it could be 10. You know, sometimes you just win a game you're not supposed to win.
You're talking about win totals, 7 or 10. Yeah. No, I got you. Yeah.
Oh, you could lose a game you're not supposed to lose.
Or it's just momentum. If you lose it, like it snowballs either way, right?
Stay healthy and the other teams get injured. You know, they lose key players. All of a sudden, those teams are not as strong anymore because they lost key players. All right. We forget what happens in the past. You know, they talk about Glenn being, you know, he's not that good of a defensive coordinator. Let me tell you, name me the defensive coordinator coach who lost 17 defensive players and still had his team ranked 7th overall in defense in 2024. That's saying something. 7. It wasn't 7. it was 17 defensive players. He was working with third team defensive backs. That's how bad it was. Okay. His run defense was fifth overall, I believe, or third overall, and his pass defense dropped because of defensive players secondary that they lost. He kept them all together. They played for him. And like I've mentioned this before, his biggest mistake last year is he didn't come in like offensive coordinators come as head coaches, and they stuck to just calling the plays. He should have called the defensive plays, not even bring in Wilkes. But they wanted to bring in a veteran to help him, and he didn't help him. Okay.
The biggest thing too, going off that point, if you wanted to bring in a veteran, do it on the side that you're not focused on. Like this year, Frank Reich is our offensive coordinator, and I think that's perfect. You stick to your specialty. He's got his. He's still going to be the head coach and everything.
Let the game come to you.
Exactly. Look at Robert Saleh now in Tennessee. He's going to be calling the plays.
Yeah, because he learned his lesson
as an offensive coordinator. Like that's what you need. You need specialty. You need people who complement each other.
But that's how you learn as a coach too.
Yeah.
You start seeing, you get involved with that. Now you see this guy, and then now you know how to command. You know you got to rely on coaches. So you got to bring in the right coaches. I think last year it was the situation was so bad of a team. Who really wanted to come here that had experience? You know, what are the chances of keeping that job after 1 year? Yeah, when you lose that bad, it's not a good situation. You know, you grab what you can and then deal after that. And they did. They revamped the whole team. Got rid of the bad guys who basically were constantly losing, wanted out. They got out. Now they brought in new kids, veterans. Let's see what happens. That's all I can say. Let's see what happens. I'm optimistic, cautiously, but I think they have good weapons on offense. That's for sure. And I think the defense is going to surprise us. You know
what was also interesting? I don't know if you guys have seen the Flight 26 stuff, but like if you have, it's one of the rare times or the few times that you'll get a live reaction from a player that's joining the organization. Well, you know, whether they like it or not, they're a Jet. And I will say those first round picks that they showcased, seeing that they were announced Jets in real time, man, every single one of them, it didn't look like they were skeptical or like not excited. They were all like, let's go. I love my interactions with Muji. I loved it with Glenn. I'm excited to be a Jet. And there's 3 of us too. Like that's another thing. But like, I tried to sense that. I'm like, all right, is Omar Cooper actually happy to be a Jet? And I watched his reaction. I'm like, yeah, I think he is.
You have to go in that mindset. You're there for 4 years.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not.
True.
Okay. So you make the best of it, but you see the other guys that they brought in. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And we talk about, I think the biggest mistake we make is we've judged people from players from last year in offense that they didn't do good. We keep forgetting the guy who was throwing the ball. You can't judge anybody last year based on the coaching and all that. This is the year you can judge. And I think that based on the defensive line plays we're getting, the secondary is going to be strong because I think there's going to be a good pass rush and they're going to force the quarterbacks to throw quicker, and secondary is going to benefit from it.
I want to get Ryan. Let me get your thoughts on that. I got to stop though, and shout out Jake Asman, $2 super chat, baby. DayngerZone for life, baby. Oh yeah, it's happening. You know, I keep trying to give Jake Asman $2, and he just will not stop giving it back. What
He's
a guy,
the best.
man.
Like I love watching his show, especially when watching his show with Tierney and all of them on now. It's Samini. It's always a fun watch. I love watching him. He does a great job.
check out Jets Collective. Probably, well, no, certainly the fastest growing show on Jets YouTube. Check them out for sure. Jake, love your brother. Keep cooking. But Ryan, passing the mic to you, man. What do you want to rebuttal or agree with when it comes to our secondary?
I was agreeing, and he brought up talking about the defensive line getting pressure and everything. A lot of people don't realize too, Devondre Sweat has really good pass rush ability. He's a monster in defense on the run stopping, but he can get back there and get to the quarterback. He's very quick, so he's going to add a lot of power and speed to that front line too. His pass rush is very underrated.
There's enough guys there that who do you double team?
That's the thing. You got to double team him, and then it opens up Juwan Briggs.
Exactly.
You also got to scout 10 guys all week. Like we literally, I'm sure it won't work out that way, but like if I was an offensive lineman looking at our depth chart or your 53 you just posted, Ryan, like there are literally 8 to 10 guys I got to study.
Yeah, the Jets did a great job bringing in so much talent on that defense that, all right, you got to know where Minka's going to be all the time. You got to know where DeMario is going to be. It's not too long ago, Jamie and Sherwood was one of the better middle linebackers in the league with C.J. Mosley alongside of him. What is he going to do with DeMario there now, where he can play free? You got to realize where Harrison Phillips is going to be, David Onyemata, who we brought in. They are set at all levels of this defense. And two, as well, if you have Jarvis Brownlee Jr. in there as a nickelback, he can blitz, and he's strong at blitzing, or D'Angelo Pons too. We have strength at every level, and this defense is going to be ferocious. That's why I said this defense could be a top 10 defense this year.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that offense could be a top 50.
Yeah,
you know.
So just to reiterate, we would not suffer through a 2 to 3 win year.
I can't see it.
I can't either.
I can't see it. I just can't see it.
It would have to be something catastrophic happening.
Yeah.
Like Gino end up getting suspended and we have to start Bailey Zappi.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't either.
Okay.
Not fast enough.
Yeah. No, they. I think I've read and I've heard from Cimini also. He said if anything's going to happen, it's going to be happening in 2027. Nothing this year.
I think the Jets are going to add a quality backup quarterback too. Like, don't be shocked if Andy Dalton comes in here.
That seems to be the name
released.
Yeah,
either him. If they do end up trading for Spencer Rattler or Will Levis or somebody like that too, that could be something.
I just don't see them trading for that. I see them waiting for someone to cut first.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh has that issue. They're going to have to get rid of someone. They got too many quarterbacks. There's a lot of teams with excessive number of guys that they can't hold on to. And we'll see who gets on the practice squad that they want to hold on to on other teams that they can grab. You know, it's going to be interesting. I'm optimistic. I think that things are going well. The whole attitude of the team has changed. You see, even the coach's attitude has changed quite a bit. The arrogance is gone. It's more of a understanding that you can't be that way anymore. Go out there and coach your team, and the game will come to you, and you'll become a better coach for it. That's the bottom line.
And that's what I think is great about AG. I feel like he came in with so much bravado and confidence.
Exactly.
He got shell-shocked because it was not as easy as he thought it was going to be. And the way he talks to the media now, how open he is, and how he's able to take accountability. And that goes down to the players too. And the humility he's brought in. I think that's such a big thing for him. And I think that's what's going to help him take that next step. And having a calming presence like Frank Reich there too, I think is going to be a big thing for him as well.
Yeah. Wait and see, man. What do we got? A month, 20, 30 days? 31 days?
Like
a month to cultivate new hobbies and new interests. to enhance our Jet viewing experience come September?
In other words, it's going to be a boring month.
It's gotten to the point where if there's no Jets news, I just scroll on X seeing if any other team made a signing, and I'm like, oh, this team signed a third string kicker. Let's make a video about that.
Dude, I'll scroll and I'll get like Brandon Ayuk videos or
Oh my god, that kid. He's trying. He keeps saying that he's going to be a commander and stuff like that. If I were the Commanders, why would I want him now? Like,
dude,
all this stuff.
You're gonna pair him with Debo too? Like
Debo's a free agent.
Oh, okay. Still unsigned.
Unsigned. Apparently, the Raiders are interested in him, Stephon Diggs, or there's another receiver that's out there. I forget the other receiver, but Debo, Stephon Diggs have interest from the Raiders.
Interesting.
It's going to be a lot of interesting things happening. So let's hope for the best. It happens to us.
Just not the next month, right?
Well, nothing's. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody's doing anything.
I do hope the next month somehow we find a way, and we probably won't, but we find a way to add one more arm into the room, maybe one more leg into the room. But a lot of it might just have to be after final cut downs,
Yeah, because no one's cutting anyone now because everyone's waiting for what the other teams are doing. Everyone's waiting for what's going on, and that's when you're going to pick up a guy here and there who's available.
There's three things that I want the Jets to do before the start of the season. One, bring in a quality quarterback too. That just somebody, if Geno goes down or something happens, that we can trust somebody to go in and make sure that status quo. Another one, bring in an extra interior offensive lineman. Because other than Enes Cooper, I don't think Xavier Newman is a quality backup. Bring in somebody who can come in and start at center if Myers goes down or something like that, or guard. Bring in depth on that piece. And three, bring in another linebacker, please. Just bring in another linebacker. Matt Milano, maybe. I'd be happy with that. But that room is one of the weaker ones. Because if something happens to Mario Davis...
Okereke has not been mentioned much anymore.
He hasn't been. Devin White's still out there too, and he led the Raiders in tackles last year with over 100 plus. He was one of the better linebackers in football.
You said three things. Maybe Afrim, you got a couple. There's one or two I'd like to add. I just said my good ones. I want an aging veteran quarterback in the room added. I want a kicker. I don't believe that the week one kicker is on the team right now. I really don't. But the third thing, most important, Ryan, I'm sure you would agree. You would add it to your list immediately. I think Afrim would too. Just stay healthy until September, for the love of God.
Stay healthy.
Dude, especially the big time players on this team. Just go to work, learn the system, execute, stay healthy, right?
That's every year's like it has to be. That's the
Chris BC, New York Jets fan, brought up a great QB2 option, Mason Rudolph. I would not be upset with him as QB2.
Neither I, but I don't think they'll let go of him. He's probably he has the most experience on that team right now.
Has the most experience, but their head coach already said that he really loves what Will Howard has. And if you want him to learn behind Aaron Rodgers and Drew Aller you just drafted, Mason Rudolph could be expendable.
Would have to be.
Yeah.
If they keep in three, if they're happy with Will and, because you got Rodgers, then Howard, and then Allure. You're not going to put him on the practice squad, otherwise you might lose him. So, my Rudolph might be the odd man out. And if that's the case, you got to snatch him right away because I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, he'd be picked up in an instant.
Yeah.
What do you think of this? What do you think of this currently live poll that I've posted in the chat that is gridlocked, guys? I need you guys to break the tie.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. No team's the same every year.
Division games, too. The Patriots, I think we can take one from them. I think we could take one from Buffalo. nothing much has changed with Buffalo. They put their offensive coordinator as their head coach, and they're doing. If you heard from rumors, their practices have been so laid back that they haven't really been doing anything with their practices. So
you got a new head coach there. There's nothing,
yeah.
That's because he was calling plays. That doesn't make him a head coach.
And what's changed with that offense too? Joe Brady was calling the plays last year. He's calling the plays this year.
Yeah.
So what's really changed? Okay, you got DJ Moore. Cool. I think he's good, but he's as a number one receiver, I can name 10 to 15 better.
All I say is you take the 15 and you take out the quarterback every game. It works.
Mm-hmm.
It works. Old school. Just knock the shit out of the quarterback and then do your business.
If you rough up Josh Allen, he's going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Afrim, I know it's all way too soon, but I want to ask you your thoughts on the matter now, even in, foresight or whatever. Like, does the Geno Smith thing give you character concerns at all?
No, because, I was listening. Blewett, they had Jake had Blewett on, and Blewett's a cop, and he brushed it off. He says, she complained that he beat him up, but no bruises. He had no bruises nowhere.
Well, we don't know, but in that video, yes.
Yeah. So based on that, he said that there was a lot of discrepancies that he was saying, but from my understanding, they just opened up the case just to basically say we went through it and this and that.
Due diligence.
Exactly, to show that, hey, we just didn't do it because he's a football player. She got pissed off of something, and then right away he deleted he's got cameras all over the place, but he probably deleted the footage.
So zero concerns by Afrim on June 26th.
No.
Most people said 68% said that as well. No, in the first poll that had many more voters, 68 said no concern. 32 said yes. I don't know where I'm at. I think I'm leaning yes. And even if this is all hoopla, I think I'm still leaning yes. Just because it's like, bro, come on, man. Really? Like, maybe it's personal. I'm just annoyed. Like, I don't know.
Possibly. But we don't know exactly what happened. But like you said, we don't. If anything's going to happen, it's going to be in 2027. So don't think you're going to lose them at this point.
True. And I don't concern myself with the suspension factor at all. I'm talking about more the man. You know what I mean? Like,
we don't know.
That's all.
I'm not going to take sides here. We don't know. So until further investigation, if they prove that he is, then gets what he deserves. But if it proves that she was lying, she should also get what she deserves as well.
Yes.
Correct.
I completely agree with that.
You don't put someone's reputation online because you got pissed off over something and make false accusations.
It was interesting, too, that the mother of the child posted right after and said that Geno's a great father and everything.
And don't put my son into your conversation, she also said.
Exactly.
So these aren't two different children?
No. This is just a girlfriend.
Okay.
The other one was the biological mother. He had relations. So.
Oh man, the poll has spun to 55% saying no. We will not be a playoff team this year. Just saying that's only a 6-5 vote, guys. You got to get more votes in. Bill, come on, bro. 6-5. Says no.
I've never said they're going to be a playoff team. I'm just saying that there's a chance they can win more games than expected.
Well, no, yeah, this is more about can we beat a playoff team from a year ago? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see.
There's too much parity, like you said. You said it. There's too much parity year to year that we can't just knock off one playoff team
Exactly.
any given Sunday. And I do mean Sunday because that's when we'll be playing.
All 1 o'clock games, Ken, except for a couple because of where they are. But I love the 1 o'clock games.
I'd rather have the 1 o'clock games. I hate staying up late on the Monday nights or Sunday nights.
I'd rather
wish
be
they
out
weren't 10
of the
a.m.,
eye of everybody, just the normal games. And
Well, that's the best part. You know, you're on when 7 other games are on. So, you know, I know people, as bad as December was, they were thankful for those 1 o'clock time slots because it meant that when you're down 21-0 in the first quarter, you got 7 other games you can go watch. Just saying. It's different when you're prime time. You have nowhere else to go and the whole world's watching you. Not anymore. Not
and judging.
anymore. Yes. All right, Afrim. I thank you, man. Good calling. I love it.
Take care, guys. Be well.
Yes, sir.
Have a great rest of your night. Thank you very much.
Yes, see ya.
Be good.
Always a performer in the danger zone, Afrim. Hell yeah. I forgot to ask him about his TV shows. We'll have to get that from him next week. I got to get Scott's. I got to get Murphy's. I want everybody's. So we will keep the ball rolling. I think it's a great insight into someone, what they enjoyed, what they maybe they just didn't get to see. Chat, now's the time. Start posting more of your, I'm sure you let it ruminate, marinate in your mind what you have liked. Because honestly, like what I liked 10 years ago is not the same thing I like now. So, and honestly, if you ask me again in 5 years, it's probably a different list. If you ask me next week, it's probably a different list. I'm not going to lie. But let's go back and forth. Okay. Starting with number 5. I mean, we could throw away our honorable mentions first. Do you have any?
I've started watching a new show recently. It's called From. It's a horror one. I love the horror stuff. So it's actually really, really cool, the story they're telling based on it. So if anybody has watched that, it's really good.
It's not the Key Peel.
No,
right?
No.
Okay. All right. There's one that's one word, and yeah, I was thinking when you said that, but let me throw a new one out then. The Pit I've been watching.
I've heard that
one.
I haven't watched it.
Very good, man. You don't even have to like the genre, but the show is great. Check that out.
All right.
Top 5, indeed, Afrim. We are going all time. We're also doing personal favorite, not your 5 best shows ever. Like not your highest rate. I'm saying your. What I'm trying to say is your list, not Google's. That's what I'm trying to say. And everyone's list should be unique. There might be some crossover, and there may even be with me and Ryan. Just burned a couple shows. Let me just rapid fire through a couple. I'm going to burn Hell on Wheels. Missed my cut, but that's a good one. Oz. It's just been too long since I watched it, but I loved that show growing up. Hot take. Sopranos missed my cut. It's up there, but it did not make my top 5.
I never watched Sopranos. That, like I said, I didn't watch a lot of TV and stuff like that growing up. If anything, I watched a lot of just sports.
Circle back for that one. It's good. It starts a little slow, but then it picks up, man. And as most do, like seasons 2, 3, 4 of any show, damn near should be the best. Yeah. Check that out. Afrim says now his number 5, Law and Order. And let's slow down, guys. Just give me your 5 in the chat. Give me your number 5, I should say. Don't give me the whole thing because it's too hard to digest in a lump sum. Afrim did it right. Number 5 for him, Law and Order. So I move to you, Ryan. What show is your number 5 favorite of all time?
I loved House. Growing up, Dr. House, that was a great show growing up. I always would watch that one.
Dude, great show indeed. They made like so many seasons too, and that's usually the same like Law and Order. Afrim said House. What do those have? Like 50 seasons together? Like so good though. Love it. For me, my number 5, comedy. Okay, Curb Your Enthusiasm.
That was a good one. I like that one.
See, I was a Seinfeld fan first, and then Curb started, and it was more like a little more unhinged, a little more risque.
Mhm.
Love Larry David. He's the man when it comes to comedy, specifically comedy. Yeah, for me, that's my number 5. I could pop it on anytime and just let it play for hours, man. It's just a good background show. I toured with The Office in this spot, but I got to go with the HBO, the little riskier show.
Nice. I like it.
Before you do number 4, let's get the chats number 5s off the board. I assume Bill is speaking for himself when he says NYPD Blue, a show I didn't really watch much. I don't know about you.
Nope.
Okay. AZ chiming in Ozark, which I know the guy from Arrested Development's in that. I forget his name right now, but a highly touted show I haven't got to see yet.
I haven't watched that one either. Like I said, I'm seeing one
That's
on
fine.
here. Bill M put on Dexter. My wife loved that show. She loved that one. I watched a little bit of it. It was pretty good.
Bill, I see you, bro. Stay tuned. Here's one, Sir Luca, The Wire. That one was a fringe top 5 for me. I love that, Luca. AZ is saying we have to watch Ozark. I'm writing that down, literally.
Write that one down right now.
Yeah, dude, for real. Damn it. Well, guess what? I got this footage. I'll circle back to it. Here we go. Yeah, keep giving suggestions, guys. Ozark, though, it's on my list. Also, Peaky Blinders is on my list. Haven't got to watch that yet. But, okay. Bateman. Yeah, there you go, Yeti. Thank you. Arrested Development, funny show. Yeah, he's in Ozark, though. Yeah, got to check that out. All right, your number 4, Ryan. You have the mic.
Number 4, I used to watch this with my dad all the time. Married with Children. That was him and my dad and I, my brother loved that show growing up, and every time it was on, we would watch it. So that one has a soft spot in my heart.
Dude, I love that. That show is great. During its time, like back, if you take me back then, that had to be one of the best shows on TV. Freaking hilarious.
Oh yeah, it was so funny.
It was
great.
My number 4, sticking with risque comedy. I doubt many you probably never even heard of this. I'm not gonna lie, but others may have. 5 for me was Curb Your Enthusiasm. Number 4, Eastbound and Down. Kenny Powers, baby.
I've never watched it. I've heard of it though.
If you watch Curb and Eastbound and Down, you'll understand my sense of humor. They are both cut from the same cloth, and I love them both. So if you haven't seen Eastbound and Down, and you have a immature sense of humor, you will love it.
Okay.
Let's see. Anyone else got a number 4 for me? Throw it in. Oh, here. Ooh, that's a banger, Afrim. Number 4 for Afrim, The Mary Tyler Moore Show. Fantastic.
Great. That one was funny. I like that one.
Dude, man, I wish I could redo my list already, because the Dick Van Dyke Show would have been on my list. Love that.
You're going with what you got right now. You're good. These are all great shows.
Well, and I told you too, if you ask me next week, it's a different list, but
yes,
that's why we're all here tonight, right? You know what I never heard of?
I'm thinking of like, oh my God, I really liked that show. Why didn't I think of that?
Facts. Hill Street Blues, never heard of. You?
No.
Okay. let us know what that is, Luca. I trust you that it's a good show. I just don't know anything about it. Is it blues as in cops, or is it blues as in jeans? I don't know. You have to tell us. Um,
One
Easy
honorable
chime.
mention I just thought of was Reno 911. I loved that one growing up too.
Reno 911. Love it. AZ also loved Eastbound Comedy Gold. Facts. Sir Luca says Kenny Powers was awesome. Is awesome, Luca. Okay, here's one. Yeti chiming in. Battlestar Galactica. Love it.
It's a good one. I like it. I
Okay.
watched a lot of it when I was younger and everything. I have to get back into it.
I watched the first season or two, and I did enjoy it, but it lost me at some point. Maybe life lost me. But Sir Lucas says Battlestar was great. Bill M says Hill Street Blues was not about blue jeans. It was indeed a police drama. And Scott says it was a classic. See, I know, like, In the Heat of the Night. How do I not know that one? Gonna have to check that out, guys. Bill M says Sanford and Son, another good suggestion. Yeah. All right, let's keep it rolling. We are moving on to our top three, guys. I hope you have yours ready. Post your number 3 in the chat now. First off will be Ryan's number 3 favorite television show of all time.
Scrubs. I loved Scrubs. It was so funny.
Sell it to me, because I didn't really watch it.
Oh my God. It was just comedy gold. It was a dry sense of humor and everything. And they just a lot of chaos and fun. It was just a fun show. Didn't stay on as long as I wanted it to. But just hysterical with some of the jokes that they came up with and how the characters were portrayed and stuff like that. It was funny.
I need to check that out at some point. Afrim chiming in, his number 3, some crossover, as I said, probably.
Enthusiasm, good one.
Very good. Leon, love Leon in that. Not a big Ted Danson guy, but how can you be if you watch that show? Loved him in Cheers, I will say. But all right, Scrubs for you, number 3. I like it. I don't have a take when it comes to that. I assume there's a few on my list you may not either. My number 3 is probably the entire franchise. I'm not going to lie, but to narrow it down to one series on that franchise, I'm going to say Star Trek: The Next Generation.
I think that's going to be a lot of people's top 3.
How can it not be? So good. So good. And I will say, watching it back, which I honestly didn't see it until like 10, 12 years ago. So I was very late. Watching it back, dude, the first few seasons, but dude, once it got going, it was great. Really good. And a lot of lovable characters. How could you not like Patrick Stewart, right?
Yeah.
Others, number 3, Bill M. That 70s show.
Oh, that was so funny. I love that one.
It was. It got a little tainted of late, but originally very good. Fringe.
I don't know that one.
That one's good. That one's the kid from Dawson's Creek. I'm bad. I can't think right now, but Joshua something, I think. But it's a sci-fi show, and one of the first really of its kind. Then they made a million, kind of like, think Supernatural. Ooh.
Okay.
Another one that should have been on my list.
One I really like.
Yeah, so good. Dude.
I loved the first couple of seasons, and then when they started getting into all the angels and demons stuff, I was like, just give me monsters that they would hunt.
Fair assessment. I did like Castiel, but they did way deep down they went way far that way. Yeti, Lost. Okay. You know, I spoke of Lost earlier, and I said that the only reason it wasn't on my list is it lost me after like 4 seasons or something. But I will say again, anything with Harold Perrineau, love it. Bill M says Deanna Troy was fire. Bill knows ball. Just say that. All right, that concludes our number 3. We are getting down to the best of the best, says Ryan Jets. Oh, wait, Ryan, I got to see that hat, bro. I like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a merch store that I've been trying to sell different stuff. We've opened it. It's probably a month old at this point. Just trying to get everything situated. I have one purchase right now for different goods. So check out the JetsWard merch store on Shopify. If you guys want to go there, there's a lot of stuff. I have a merch guy making all the stuff. So I just got to wait till they send it to me so I can send my first order out. But when I get all this stuff, if you order stuff, check out the store. Some really cool stuff on there for you.
Hell yeah. You got t-shirts and stuff too?
T-shirts, hoodies, keychains. We were going to do sneakers, but I was like, I'll hold off on those ones right now. Shorts, mugs, different things like that. We're trying to make a lot of different goods. So check out the JetsWard Shopify store and see if there's anything you like.
I love it. All right. Nitty gritty time, folks. Number 2. Ryan, what say you?
This was a tough one because I could have easily put this one at number 1. Blue Mountain State. You never watched that one? Oh, man. It was a football one, but it was about these college kids who were in a fraternity and everything. And they were not a fraternity, but they were in the football house and stuff like that. It was a bit all about partying and stuff. And the team main character started out as the backup quarterback on the team who never actually wanted to start. He just wanted to stay as the backup because it was the easiest job. I think there was 4 seasons of it. Just a funny show going through the lives of these football players and stuff like that. Just comedy gold.
AZ knows all about it. He says Blue Mountain, fucking hilarious. I gotta check that out, dude. Again, we can't watch every show, right? Like, it's just one that escaped me.
I think your favorite character would be Thad Castle. He's head linebacker who's just oh my god, hysterical.
Yeah, that one's getting written down as well. Blue Mountain what?
Blue Mountain State.
State. Oh, okay. Like, it's a college. All right.
Yeah.
Got you. Let me ask you this. I have heard of Family Ties. Great choice there, Yeti. I'm sure you probably have heard of it as well. Have you heard of Faulty Towers?
I have not. I know Family Ties. Do not know Faulty Towers.
Yeah, they both went with the FT back to back. But I do know one. I don't know the other. Let's see, though, what Afrim's thinking. Faulty Towers, a comedy from 1975, British, John Cleese and Connie Booth. Okay. Interesting. Afrim, hey, you know, I like the old shit. Let me check that out. I like, dude, another one. I'm just going to burn another honorable mention. McHale's Navy. Let's go.
Never heard of
man.
that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Good?
Yeah, dude, I binged that in like 3 weeks, but I still remember how funny it was. Just antics, you know? Okay, Bill M chiming in. The White Lotus.
I don't know that one either.
See, this is tough. This is like American Horror Story when it comes to like each season is entirely different everything. So it's like, is it one show or is it 5, Bill? Like, but respect, it's a very good show. I've seen the first, I think, 2 or 3, and very good. Yeah, very good. Oscar got a good question. I'm going to table it for now. Going to circle back to it. Sir Luca says Parks and Recs. I love that. That's a good show as well. What's her name? That girl, the gothy girl. Freaking love her. Damn, help me out, chat. But my number 2, right? That's where I was going. My number 2 well, actually, my 1 and my 2 have already been mentioned tonight, and by the same person. Which respect, because you know ball, sir. My number 2, also a fan in your wife, is Dexter. So good. So
The
good.
only critique she would have is that she hated the ending of it.
Fair. And that's fair. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of shows you can say that about too, you know?
Yeah.
But the ride, the journey was so good. Like, I don't even do the spin-offs, man. I think I dabbled in them, but like there's no top in that first 7 seasons or 8 seasons. Like, I loved them all. Aubrey Plaza, thank you. Yeah. Dexter, my number 2. Bill M, shout out to you. I know you like that. Got some other comments I'm saving for after. Here it is, man. Your number 1 is coming up next. All right. You have the floor, sir. What is your number 1 favorite television show of all time, Ryan Ward?
It's funny because you just mentioned it a few minutes ago. It's American Horror Story. I loved American Horror Story. Some seasons better than others, but as a whole, just great. I love horror stuff. So my wife and I would binge watch them together and watch them multiple times because of just how great it was. I loved it.
I got to ask you, man, because I've seen most of them. What was your favorite season?
Asylum.
Was that the one with Pepper?
Yes. Where, oh my God, it was just so good. That's what got me into it. The Asylum one. I loved the circus one. I thought that was pretty cool. But Asylum was the one that like really, really I liked. But I loved every season, honestly.
Dude, the hotel one was good. I love that one too.
Oh, the hotel one was great.
With Lady Gaga.
Yep. The one house that the season focused on. That was a great one with all the dead people in it and stuff like that.
Yep.
That was
a
one.
good one. Wasn't there a nun one too?
Or like the Covenant. That was a great one.
I haven't seen them since they initially dropped, but I was very into it for the first 4 or 5 seasons.
Oh, it was so good.
Freak Show, I think, was
I need
the
to go
carnival.
back and watch them.
Yeah. That's a great call on number 1. Just to break it up a little bit, let's hit some chats. Brother Yeti, I have yet to watch Dexter or Breaking Bad. Yeti, as soon as this show wraps, bro, pick one and just jump in. Afrim, his number 1, The Odd Couple.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Indeed. I wasn't sure if it would be this or for him, or the 2023 Jets, but I'm glad he chose The Odd Couple.
Good choice.
Sir Luca chiming in, number 1, Fantasy Island, something I have not watched, but I've heard of.
I've heard of it, but I just haven't watched it.
Luca does agree. Odd Couple was great. What are Scott's shows? Like come on, bro. Maybe he's saving them. Maybe he's gonna call in at midnight. Well, midnight for me. Bill says Sopranos will always be number 1 to me. Without further ado, my number 1 will always be my number 1. Didn't quite like the end, like you mentioned, with yours. Far and away, my number 1, Sons of Anarchy.
Good choice. That was a really good one.
I stupidly love that show. Just so good. Yeah, so good.
Not bad.
Opie, rest in peace. Sorry, Opie. Spoiler alert. Yeah, dude, Bill. I see you, Bill. Sons of Anarchy, Dexter, 1, 2. He mentioned both. I see you, brother. Hell yeah. Yeah, dude. And most people my age or even anywhere near my age love Sons of Anarchy as well. Just a really good show, man. And to talk about escalating and like peaking at the right time, man, they were a very hot show at one point. But watching it back, it took a season or two to really start going. So Scott mentioned it. He's like, if the show doesn't get me quick, they lose me. There's a lot of good shows though that don't get you quick because it's like the Jets, man. They
Yeah.
don't get like you know where I'm going with this.
Mhm.
You got a new staff in there and you just kind of put it together, the vision and all that, but it really doesn't start showing until year 2 when you can see who sucks, fire them, get better writers in there to better perform your vision. You can say that about a lot of things, but there's a lot of crossover there. Like most shows do get better seasons 2 and 3 because you bring in writers that have already seen what you're doing and can improve it. Let's hope that the Jets have just done the same thing, right?
Let's hope so.
All right, Ryan. I think I'm about ready to wrap. I might hang out for a few minutes, but let's hear from you, brother. We've plugged you a little bit, but honestly, this crowd changes on a 10-minute notice. So, uh, again, can you just mention like what exactly you got cooking? Maybe someone's seeing you for the first time. Kind of tell them what you got going on the rest of summer, what you where they can find you, all that jazz.
Yeah, so I'm Ryan Ward. Have my own YouTube channel called TheJetsWard. If you want to subscribe, it really helps me out. I got a new merch store if you're interested in any merch on JetsWard Shopify. Just talking about all the off-season news going on, talking about what we're hearing about the Jets, plans that they have, rumors going around, and yeah, just trying to stay updated, keep everybody updated on everything going on with the New York Jets and just in general in the NFL. So you're all welcome. It's a safe space for all of you guys. Make sure check out Dano. Make sure you subscribe as well to the Danger Zone. It's a great place to be. Everybody here is awesome, and I appreciate all you guys in the comments tonight. Great time with you guys. And Dano, thank you so much for having me on again. It was great.
Dude, 3 hours felt like one. I'm not gonna lie. We got to do this more. I mean, I hate to just keep stealing you away on Friday nights for hours, but
Dude,
I'll have
fine.
you.
I'm happy.
Dude,
Like,
I'll have you as often as you want to come in. And Anthony, he popped in here earlier. I hope he doesn't feel excluded. I was just trying to grab anyone, and you were more than willing. And then when I told Murph, like Murph knew that me and you would be great together, so he's like, "Yeah, I'll just sit this one out, man. Do your thing," which is great because that buys Murph a little bit of an off season. If I can get guys like you and Anthony in here to help, and Scott and Afrim, and just I appreciate all you guys. And first and foremost, you, thank you, sir. Have a good summer. I know we'll talk, probably around the start of camp. But dude, it sounds like graduation happened today. You can close that, for the year at least, or for the summer at least, and do some family stuff. So enjoy that.
thank you so much. It's been a pleasure being on the show tonight. Great. I appreciate everybody with the chats. Like I said, you guys are all amazing. Jets community, best community. It's great.
You got AZ to sub. You also,
Hell yeah, man. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bill, as well. Thank you guys so
Hell yeah.
much.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate it, guys. But
Hey, man.
again, I hope you enjoy your summer as well. And whenever you need me, I'm happy to come on with you and talk.
Real quick, Nick's in.
Nixon 5.
All right,
Oh, so pumped, man. Great.
Scott said you look like you just moved to Oregon.
I wish.
Growing the beard. Love
I'm
it.
trying to grow mine out. My hair's been getting longer since the last time I've been on here. Like craziness.
Hey, Friday nights, man. You fit the vibe. Hey, again, have a good weekend, man. Good summer, and best to you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you again for having me. Enjoy your summer.
All right. Later, Ryan.
See you, bud. Bye.
That did it for Ryan. Hell yeah, man. Glad you guys showed him some love. He honestly brought it tonight, not only with just riffing with random Q&A leading up to, but also, dude, whipping out the final 53 prediction. Really cool to see that, because honestly, you forget a lot of the guys that are on the team and whatnot. I mean, you don't, but like seeing them on paper in totality, with Ryan's foresight on who will potentially make the team, good to see. And I know we all argue about fringe guys, but it sure sounded like every argument that was made, we're talking about guys that are 48 to 53, and that to me, if those are all you're arguing about, then that's the signs of a good prediction, a good list. I wonder how closely it'll resemble me and Murph's, me and Chaos's, me and Scott's, all that. We'll have to stick around and find out. I don't know yet. I haven't looked at the 40 or the 37 guys that Ryan didn't include. And maybe I like them more than he does, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, go, hey, crispy, excellent as always. Go Jets. Hey man, even if it's above average as always, I am fine with that, man. Something to do for all of us, right? On a Friday night. This Sunday, Chaos will be MIA. Do you guys want a Sunday show? Should I just take it off? Should I try to get maybe Anthony in here or Murph or Scott do 90 minutes? What say you guys? Like how crucial is it for you to have a 10 p.m. Eastern time show on this Sunday night? Let me know. And whatever you guys say, I will do. But if it's here or there, then we'll just take 1 week off and we'll be back next Sunday. Scott, do you want to talk? Let me know. If not, we're going to wrap. Let me know in the next minute. And I'll be right back, guys. So just bear with me and we'll go through either a final lap or a wrap. Terrible.
I love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. Jets, Jets.
Oh my god. You guys are bad.
Ha 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 ha. Very funny, Dana.
We can't all be beautiful.
DayngerZone, baby.
I think he has more thought-provoking questions.
I'll be in the danger zone.
Oh my goodness, let's go!
Totally.
Apologies for the brief hiatus. It's been determined that this show must go on. Scott, calling all Sasquatch. You know what? I need to make a cleverly created Sasquatch call. You know, I've seen around the tube Sasquatch sighting cleverly created clips. Don't say that 5 times fast. I need to make a Sasquatch call where I just put up like a bat signal. Scott, no pressure, man. If you do call in, though, we could chat for 15 minutes. I'd like to hear your TV show list if you have one. Maybe just pick your brain about the roster prediction or anything you want to chat about, brother. How's your day? Get in here, you filthy animal. Literally. I put the link in, Scott. How many links you want? You want a sneaky one? Hold on. That's members only, Scott. Come on, bro. Brief hiatus, number 2. Anyways, let's see what you guys are saying. Hopefully Scott got that. You know what? If not, I'm going to send it to his Discord while I multitask. Sir Luca chiming in on the conversation. We need some early mock drafts. You know what? Scott is our resident mock draft aficionado. So when he arrives, I will force him to do a 2029 mock for all of us. Bear with me a moment. Oh shit, he just hung up. He just hung up. He didn't want to do a 2029 mock draft. What the hell? Hello.
Did I hang up or what?
Oh no, I was messing around.
Yeah, I'm all.
Oh no, check this out. Oh damn, almost got 2 of you. Look at that hat. Say something. Scott?
Hold on, something's
Oh.
goofy.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. I feel like I'm way behind.
You want to just refresh?
I think I'm good now. I don't know. Do I
Okay.
look no or yeah?
You're good. You did call in a second time and there was 2 of you, but once you gave it a second to clear out and be gone, now you're caught up and good.
That's because when you said I hung up, I thought I must have dropped, so I did it again.
I got you. My bad. Is this who I see on your hat?
No heels on this dude.
I like that hat, brother. It suits you very well.
I'm not a big fan of snapbacks, and that's what it is. But I couldn't resist the Sasquatch.
I love it. Now I have a sign I gotta throw somewhere for now. Okay. Thoughts on life, Scott? Drop some wisdom on us.
Yeah, don't really got none. Just lots of shit going on around my house today. I'm doing some remodel. So I did some demo stuff today. But,
You did, or did you hire people?
No, I hire people and I help as I can if they need an extra set of hands or something. But yeah, I don't know. I I pay the skilled labor.
You see what the cat dragged in just now?
No. Clancy? Yeah. What's up, Clancy?
Clancy. You know what? He saw the Sasquatch call and he said, "Yeah, I'm there." Bet. Scott, just to get us kind of loosened up a bit, Geno Smith, something or nothing?
I don't think that thing with the girl is anything on its own. So I don't know, like I told you when it first popped out that she looks like the crazy one. But also just more and more weird things he's involved in. Well, you don't see, you see some players now and then, but you don't see too many quarterbacks in this kind of stuff. And, why is he even hanging around this gal? Well, we know why. But, just things adding up, is that really a leader? Is that really someone you want? I don't know. But that thing on its own, I don't think it's anything at this point.
Right. You know what I would hate to see in hindsight? I would hate for this to be true. And not for the obvious reasons. I just say, like, imagine a guy that will hit a girl, but he won't swing back when he at a teammate. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? It's just Geno. I don't know Geno, but based on my view of him from a distance, he's just a mediocre person, mediocre human that can throw the hell out of a football. So he doesn't need to, run for office. But, you just be careful who you hang around with.
Among other things.
Don't get fresh with a cop. Just yes, sir, no, sir. Just neither one of those things by themselves are much, but it keeps things keep popping up. So
Agreed.
And probably more will, because now people are digging for stuff.
I am way close. Like, thank you. Let me just start there. Thank you. Because it concerns me far more than anyone else that I've talked to. You are just like me. And I know we've spoken about it when it live reacting, texting and whatnot. But like, there's many times I've tried to speak my piece and gotten shut down. It's nothing. The video shows nothing. The video is not everything that there is. It's everything we've seen.
Right. That's her video.
Her video after the fact, not during.
Yeah. But she did seem, and most of us have been through this, a crazy ex that would love to ruin him. But like you said, maybe his home videos show a lot more than hers. And I hear this argument, well, she was going back after him. When people get emotional, get riled up, get pissed off, they do stupid things and don't necessarily turn and run in fear. And then everyone's acting like, well, if she'd have been scared, she'd have run. It's not necessarily true. But that being said, I haven't seen enough to kill him for that. Like I said, my biggest thing is, why is this person even in your life? Why was she somewhere with his son? And supposedly they aren't even together anymore. Why is there a weapon, and it may not have been loaded, I don't know, sitting out where anyone can get to it, including a child. So, but yeah, he's just probably not the best decision maker on and off the field, apparently.
Apparently not.
But I'm not going to convict him of anything. What I've seen is people want to convict him, and other people want to just totally give him a pass and not even let the investigation happen. So I guess I'm somewhere in the middle.
A wise man once said, "That's my quarterback."
Yeah.
Wait, let me do that again. That's my quarterback. Don't be speaking ill of him. We know that wise man, not so wise, but a man nonetheless. But yeah, people don't want. Yeah, that's a quarterback. That is our quarterback, like it or not.
Yeah.
So you gotta lean toward the positive, but at the same time, yeah, mistakes were made. He may not have done what's been alleged, but at minimum, he has displayed poor judgment, even surrounding himself with someone like that.
Yeah.
Now I've done it, but I've also haven't been paid tens of millions of dollars, to be a model citizen either.
But he's done it. I mean, just what we know about several times over the years. So,
Clancy says having the AR in the garage sink, not the best look. You know what? I didn't even see that part.
oh, you didn't? That was like at the beginning, I think. But yeah, especially when there's a child around. Once again, maybe it wasn't loaded. Don't know. So we'll see. I mean, so as far as I know, there's still an investigation going on.
Last I heard as well,
Yeah.
as there should be, to investigate the hell out of it, because that was a live video, I think, at the time, obviously at the time, but like, what does she have on her phone documenting all that? There's way more than just speculate on, but even if nothing comes out of this, it's still bad. So
It's
I
just
would
a
just
bad
like to,
look.
what's that?
Any way you look at it, it's a bad look.
Yeah, yeah. It's not what you want even your bridge quarterback to be seen in or around. Sweet baby Jesus though chimes in, and he would just like us to know it's okay, fellow Jet maniacs. Jets in 5.
What does that mean?
Well, Knicks in 5.
Yeah.
So the Jets in 5. I don't know. What do you think that means?
I have no idea. Jets win 5 games. Jets where we give up after 5. They
We
can't
sell after.
anything. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Sweet baby Jesus, we are praying for an answer from you, brother. See what I did there?
Yeah, I see that.
Scott, how was your day, sir? It sounded like you might have had some decent food and beverages for lunch. Talk to us.
I had a little Mexican with a beer for lunch, and
What was her name?
no, it wasn't like that. But yeah, my day was fine. I got some tree work done around here. So I got some wood splitting to do. For me, just kind of actually a pretty eventful day for my life.
Well, it sounds like if they're demoing something on your property, that's an eventful day at minimum.
Well, we pulled a cabinet out and moved it. We took the counter out of the bathroom. I had to leave the counter in my kitchen. We took out some of the backsplash. Left the counter in for now. I just have to disconnect the plumbing when they come to put in the granite. So yeah.
what did you think? And I know what you think. Like we're having this conversation for the first time, Scott. What did you think of the Joe Tipman extension?
I like it. It's he's I think he's a good player, a good person to have on your team. You won't see any videos of him with craziness going on. So yeah, good. I'm fine with that.
What you might not have known this, but what say you when it comes to Clancy announcing the fact that he is now working at a dispensary?
Well, my congratulations, Clancy. My question would be: are you getting paid money, or are you getting paid in bud?
Yeah, and like, what's his job title? Is it cashier or is it like sampler?
Yeah, the tester.
Quality control.
That's right. I've heard of people who work only for pot. That's what they get paid. And, they work a handful of hours a week and they get enough weed to get them through. So I don't know if that's the case or not.
He says he gets 30% on everything.
Oh.
I feel like I'm talking to you, Scott.
But that's in text messaging.
Yes, indeed. Okay. All right. Sorry. He meant 30% off.
I assumed that.
Bill chimes in. He says half of Denver works at dispensaries. Would you say that's accurate?
You know what? I don't know because I don't ever go to Denver. Closest I get is Colorado Springs, although I'm thinking I'm going to go. The Cincinnati Reds are coming to town next month, so I'm thinking I might go catch a game, but I have no reason nor wants to go to Denver. Maybe a concert or something at some point, but maybe the Jets come out here and play next year, or better yet, they come out here for a playoff game. So that's Denver's reason, but I just don't have a reason to go to Denver, really.
No, but hey, I like that. The playoffs going through Denver. Let's do it. Clancy says 19 an hour plus tips, baby. And yeah, 30% off the entire store. So clearly Clancy's take home pay will be $200 a week because of the tab he's going to run up.
Yeah, I used to bartend. We had employees that would spend pretty much all their pay in the bar.
Yeah.
So it's probably similar for Clancy's occupation.
Clancy, that's a good job, it sounds like, man. Don't go crazy. Don't adjust your tolerance. Don't do nothing, Yeah, okay, yeah. He's saying it too. He has to take it easy. Don't stumble down the rabbit hole.
I get the feeling his tolerance is already pretty high.
If he does dabs, and I don't know he does, but
dude, I watched this video. This guy ate 200 milligrams of THC. He was at Yellowstone. And he was hitting dabs along the way. But so he started with 10 milligram gummies, took a big old rip of a dab, and then he was going to run 20 miles through Yellowstone. And he's like, well, look at that buffalo. And, there's a bear over there. And every once in a while he'd stop and hit that. And, it was just pretty funny. If I did 20 of those things, I would just be sleeping on the kitchen floor, no question.
For 22 hours. Yeah, same. Dab? Have you ever done dabs?
No, dude. And was old school flour. Of course, a little bit of hash back in the day, but I haven't smoked anything in a long time. I just have a gummy now and then.
Same. That's all nowadays. Even those can be a bit much. Just I don't know. I
It's
don't
not
know.
for everybody,
Yeah,
Depends on
it's
what your goal is. And to me, you shouldn't have a goal. You should just have it and chill out. Put on a movie, go to the danger zone, whatever. But don't think, oh, I'm gonna have that, and then I'm gonna go wash my car and mow the lawn, and don't plan on being productive.
yes, and that's the thing. Come to the danger zone. Just whatever you do, keep your brown eye where your brown eye should be.
Oh yeah, did he visit tonight?
No,
Or
not yet.
attempt to?
Not yet. We're still holding out hope. No, we're not. We need to chill. Yeah. A mild, very mild slap on the wrist, but a
Did you
slap
get it?
on the
Oh,
wrist.
that's right.
None.
That's right. I'm sure it was whoever pulled that off.
Yeah, yeah. It was a setup all the way. Trust me, it was.
Well,
But they got me.
you learned the lesson.
And I say that just, I mean, people know what I'm talking about. So let me elaborate. Like, we had 2 streams going that night, one landscape, like always, and another portrait. Only one got flagged, which means it wasn't an AI flag. It was a personal report. If it was an AI flag, both streams would have got flagged. Nope, one did. So that for me made me deduce that whoever someone reported it, and then also to continue, no one here is going to report that. Like, we all acknowledge it was bullshit, but like no
Yeah,
one's reporting that.
we'll laugh about it and joke about it. And Afrim had the best comment. Whatever he said, you kicked me off to bring this guy on.
Yeah, that brown hole, Bill. Yeah. So again, I apologize to everybody, but I learned a lesson. Also, uh, Clancy has mentioned it. There might be someone calling in tonight. I will need him to give me a peace sign or something in the green room before I just bring him out, because, hey, man, two warnings, different story. One, I'm good. Yeah, I got to chill for 90 days. That's all.
Well, I mean, shoot, old Bobby Midnight was getting suckered in by those things for quite a while. I mean, I saw
Suckered in by those things is a great choice of words.
I saw at least 2 times where one time it was just a toilet with a big old turd in it. And then there was that, and I think there are others as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, he learned, you got to
Yeah.
you got to show me your face if you want to come on.
Yes. Definitely show me your head. Just make sure it's the right one. Yeah. Yeah. But has he been seen since? No, dude. That was a burner account for sure. Bill.
That was just last week, right?
It was last Friday. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. After Murph and before Scott, so neither one is deemed innocent up to this point.
Oh, that's true. I wasn't on yet. That's right. But I did notice it happened right after Murph left. Just saying.
Yeah. You know what? I thought I recognized.
Whoa, close.
Dude, I can say that now. There's just a few people still in here. Chris B chiming in says, I have a note Dano sent me that came with a DZ Danger Zone koozie. Says, thanks for all your support. Go Jets.
Hell yeah, Chris.
Hell yeah. Dude, Clancy doesn't even know what we're talking about. Is that not wild? Like, he must be in our Discord, but he must just selectively join, like, because it was all up in there,
He must
man.
not have been here last Friday then.
Dude, go to, oh, did I put it in comedy or? Yeah, I think I put it in, I don't know. Charles was asking. It got shared a few times. If you need to know, go check that out. But yeah, last Friday's stream is no longer on the interwebs because, again, it was 2 streams. One got pulled, the other one I pulled because I'm like, yeah, this dude isn't going to circle back and realize it's 2 strike, like,
Yeah.
nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
But anyways, Scott, you said Titman, good signing. 66 mil, 4 years. About what you thought?
Well, I never thought about it, but what was the guarantee again?
I want to say, was it 35,
Right
34?
there. So,
Yeah.
so they if for whatever reason he doesn't work out, they have a way out. But if he's a top 5, 6 guard, in a couple of years, that's going to look like a good deal.
And Brees?
Yeah, they have the money to do it. I think that if they needed to do it if they wanted to be competitive next year. I don't think they have anybody else ready to be a full-time back.
What if I told you, I don't know, 6 months ago, a year ago, that out of Brees Hall, Joe Tippmann, and Will McDonald, 2 of these guys they'd be locked up, but the third would have to wait. Do you think you would have known it or, believed it would be Will McDonald out of those 3?
Well, it depends on how far back we go. But 6 months ago, yeah, because Will McDonald, has not been a great player. He had 10 sacks, but he disappears for games at a time. But if he'd have gone back longer, I might have said, I didn't, and I don't think you thought Brees was going to be here in 2026. And it wasn't even about him being good or bad. I just didn't think he would be here. I didn't think he wanted to be here. I kind of felt like Jets will be ready to move on by then, but yeah, that's obviously not the case. So no, I'm not. I'm not surprised. They're better players than Will McDonald is.
Do you think Brees would have a better 2026 if he is like he is now, locked up in a 3-year deal, or if you left him on the tag? And I'm not talking future. I'm just saying better 2026.
That's a tough one because some guys are pissed about being on it and they hold that all year. But some guys get paid and then they get lazy or not motivated. And I don't know which Brees is.
Right. I kind of like the idea of letting him play until like Halloween, and then you can trade, extend, but a lot of players don't like that. They don't sign deals mid-season.
Well, part of the thing is no one wanted to trade for him. They couldn't get a third. They tried to trade him. They wanted a 3rd round pick, right? And they couldn't get better than a 4. So, but I think it was a good time to give him a contract, considering they're not paying a quarterback. And they won't be for several years.
And most of his guaranteed money is in the first 2.
Yeah, and once again, they maybe that's okay. That's it at that point. So, Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to be the biggest Brees fan in the world, but I think it was good for them to do that. I don't think the money, I think maybe they overpaid him a little bit, but I think they can afford to do that right now.
Well said. Well said. Clancy says he works on Friday nights. That's hence the late drop in. He also said in regards to last Friday night, he can see that person's liver.
That's disgusting. Oh my god! Yeah.
Someone down there said, "I see Scott's full moon. Do you?"
You want to see?
And
Hey, you want to see two moons at one time?
no.
All right.
Speaking of two, though, Clancy chimes in. He says he misses us two nut jobs.
Well, Clancy, Dane is usually here pretty late on Fridays, so you can always chime in. This one is getting good, Clancy.
Clancy, man, we got to get a call in one of these days. Not tonight, bro. Not tonight.
Didn't he say he was going to call in recently and he didn't do it?
I think I've been hearing that since like 2024.
Yeah. Probably. Maybe it was during the draft. He said,
he has called in. He's called in since then. I haven't gotten a Chris B call. Eventually, we'll get that. We'll get a Bill M call. We'll get a Rich. We'll get all that, man. But we can't put the cart ahead of the horse. With the Broncos country. Let's ride. You know all about that, right?
Oh God, that clown is no longer in these parts. And he hasn't been since he moved here.
Yeah,
I've seen Chris B calling in somewhere, and I don't recall where, but I know I've seen him as part of a panel. Clancy also hiding behind a bunch of smoke normally.
He said that Restream intimidates him.
Oh, well, hey, we'll do a draft this year, Clancy. You need to call in for it. Did he call in last time?
I don't think, but that's a good segue. Let's go there instead of just calling Clancy out because he's a good dude. We're just busting chops. But
Clancy knows that.
Yeah, he does. I just want to make sure everybody else does as well. You're right. We're gonna do a fantasy league, DayngerZone edition. Not gonna be crazy ass settings. Okay. It's gonna be normal shit, but it's gonna be good people in it. Okay. So if you want to be one of those people, stay tuned. Maybe I can throw something together this weekend and advertise it this Sunday, but at the latest next Friday. And you want to know that because once I start advertising it, it's going to be first come, first serve.
And you know what? The season's coming fast. I mean,
it is
damn near in July, and it's getting here.
And I've waited in the past till August. You can't because then people are like, I'm already in 4 or 5, 6 leagues. I can't do another one. So I need to do it July 1st ish was my goal. Discord access, patrons or whatever you want to call them, first dibs. But then it goes out and you might lose a seat. So tune in Sunday, tune in next Friday. Next week is 4th of July. Yeah, on Saturday. Oh, yeah. I know what you're saying. It's coming already. Yeah, right. Thankfully, it's Saturday. So DayngerZone will have a typical schedule or whatever. But yeah, June has flown by. Clancy, I'm with you. Oscar, 24-hour stream. Maybe one of these days when Hazel has to road trip or something, you will get me, but that's a hell of a lot of potty breaks. Hell of a lot.
I don't know how anyone could do that
Nah, dude. Nah.
without
I mean,
without chemical interactions.
unless, yeah, or if it's like mid-season and like you just had a hell of a win or something. I don't know. But we got to get to 1,000, but I'm not going to get to it in June doing a 24-hour stream. I'd probably get like 2 subs. Yeah. So, what about you, Scott? Anything you've seen tonight you want to comment on, or anything I've missed? You want to, Sorsby? I mean, if you want to talk about Sorsby, it's
Not
all you,
really.
brother.
Not really, but I did hear Canadian League said, "Nah, don't come here."
CFL, yeah.
Besides that, I wouldn't want him on my football team. So, yeah, I'm fine that he can't be in the NFL next year.
Would you let him date your daughter?
No.
Fair. Fair.
I wouldn't let Gino either.
Well played. That was good. Yeah, me either. Me either. Even though she doesn't exist, hands off, guys.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, Clancy says he's hyped for college football. Scott, are you?
You know what? I'm trying not to get too hyped up about the Ducks, but it's hard not to. I mean, so I get the Duck stuff, and that's the difference between like the Ducks and the Jets. You expect them to win. They win every year, and the Jets, you hope they can win, but you kind of expect them to lose because they do every year. So yeah, it's hard as a Ducks fan. It's hard not to get excited about next year. And I know you've been excited about next year for several months since I emptied my Bet365 account for you to put on the Ducks. Let's go Ducks.
Hey, I helped you cash out, sir. That's all I did.
Yeah, I cashed it out. That was it. But there might be a whole lot of cash flowing back into it if you hit it.
Dude.
I don't remember exactly how much and what the odds were, but I'm sure it'll be a good payday.
I could be wrong. I thought they were plus 900, which is like what, 9-1 or whatever.
Yeah.
But dude, it's time. It's time landing. Shit or get off the pot, right?
Well, that's the scary thing, dude. They shit the bed in the postseason under Lanning. I mean, at least one game. They just don't show up because you can't tell me Indiana was that much better than them, or the year before Ohio State was that much better than them. They didn't show.
They didn't.
He's got to figure out what it is that he needs to do differently.
The worst part was the Ohio State one. That was so bad.
Yeah, weren't they number one?
They were. And they beat them once in their building, of course, but
in a close game. But they just got smoked. And then they lost Indiana in a close game. The score made it look a little bigger than it was. It was a close game, and they just got trucked in the playoffs. So we need them to play a patsy like Notre Dame. Clancy knows who that was for.
Dude, we'll know who the real green is, like, come on.
I am concerned, though, about one thing. They lost, I think, 3 starters on their offensive line, maybe even 4. So they need to be able to fill those spots.
Chris B chiming in. He says there's a lot of promise for our New York Jets team entering this year season 2026. What can you have the mic, sir? What would you like to say to Chris B when it comes to his optimism, Scott?
I think there's promise for improvement from last year. Gino's a big improvement, but I can't get that fired up about him. I mean, he's had a long NFL career and he hadn't done a lot. He's been to one playoffs one time. But they should be better than last year.
Dude, far more than Gino's success, I want the rest of the team to be good.
Yeah, because he's not a long-term, answer for them. So we'll see. I heard you guys, people predicting wins and losses, and they should be able to beat a playoff team, and they could win. They could, it happens every year. But you know what people never say when I hear them talking is a team that shouldn't beat them beats them. It's always, well, we can win 7 because we got these 5 games we should win, and then we could win 2 more. Well, those 5 that we should win, we probably won't win them all.
Everybody wants to say we can steal wins, but nobody's talking about the wins that can be stolen.
Yeah. And it's every year, maybe they finish right where they should be, but I don't think the Dolphins should be able to beat the Jets this year. I don't see how that could happen, but they might win one. So there's just as good a chance of that happening as the Jets upsetting who they play, the Broncos or whoever they play. That's a playoff team, the Patriots, the Bills. And if you want to just go by the Jets' history, there's probably a bigger chance that a team that we think we should beats us. Well, the Lions got a little weaker this week.
I was going to say we could beat the playoff Kansas City Chiefs, but I guess that's off the table, isn't it, Scott?
They were not a playoff team, as at least one person predicted. I don't think I heard anyone else anywhere predict that.
Zing. Remember that, folks.
I'll keep plucking those roses for as long as I can.
Champion that. You need to. That was a great take and one that aged fantastically. Oscar chiming in about Chris B. He says, what I appreciate about him, his positivity, is that he doesn't go totally over the top with it. He's also very consistent day in and day out. Just a positive, happy-go-lucky guy in general.
Yes, he is.
Agreed. Oscar, I appreciate your takes as well, sir. I mentioned it earlier. You've stayed the course with your take. You stuck to it. I expect you to the rest of the year, but I'm not holding you to it if your opinion changes. Just don't get that twisted. Like, you're allowed to change. But I do like you and Chris B's consistency. And I do yours as well, Scott, because you've been pretty adamant about not taking the red pill and just tumbling down into the love fest that is the Jets off season.
Yeah, no, that's not going to do it. Show us something. Show us one good season. Once again, with a lot of the same players, They were horrible last year. Awful last year.
The worst versions of themselves, I might say.
Yeah. So, but I am expecting improvement. I'm not hung up on wins and losses. I want them to pass the eye test. I want to be in games in the fourth quarter. You know, I was changing the channel at the end of the first quarter last year. I'm like, I can't watch this. I'm going to watch a decent game. I'm hoping I'm not doing that this year.
At least us playing at 11 a.m. Rocky Mountain time, you'll have options if that should come to fruition.
Yeah, well, it depends on, the football package and how that plays out. Options are limited if you don't have the package. And that
Gotta
goes
have the package.
in many directions. But yeah, we'll see. Well, actually, without the package, I won't ever see the Jets. Do they have any one primetime game? Do they have any primetime games? So unless they're playing, who are my teams? Well, the Broncos, obviously. Who else do I see? Probably the Chiefs.
Cardinals.
Who was it last year that I didn't get? The Seahawks, I didn't. It might be the Cardinals.
Seahawks, Niners.
For some reason, I think I wasn't getting the Seahawks because that was your market, or there was something.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe the Niners as well. I forget, but who
Niners?
Yeah.
I can't remember, but obviously Denver's a no-brainer. So,
Scott, can you mention package one more time?
Oh well, I like having the package.
Oscar chimes in. He says the only one who gives me hope is Garrett. He says, "Thank God we have him. Thank God."
We've had him though, and have we been? It's
That is
one thing I want to bring up that I heard, and I've been hearing it from other people as well, but I heard tonight that Mason Taylor is going to have a bigger year than Sadiq. I don't get that. I mean, barring injury or something, of course. I don't think the Jets are taking Sadiq at 16 if they think Mason Taylor is going to be a big time receiver for them, or tight end one. Not because I don't think he's good. I think he's solid, but I don't think he's next level.
So you don't think he'll have 700 or 800 yards?
No, I don't. Especially if Sadiq is healthy, I gotta believe he's gonna have a bigger year. Otherwise, if they don't think he can have a bigger year than Mason Taylor, I don't think they're drafting him at 16. So
I could see Mason Taylor getting 350 yards.
Yeah, a couple touchdowns.
However, I think he could also have 30 first downs. That could be his thing,
But the big play guy would be Sadiq.
I don't see Mason getting 500 plus. I don't.
I don't think so. Not if Sadiq is playing.
Yes, good caveat. Yes, correct.
So, obviously, injuries could happen, but I've heard a lot of people projecting him to have a bigger year than Sadiq, and I don't get it.
I mean, I think his year last year was bigger than it should have been because there was games where Terod or whoever just force fed him There was also blowouts and just it's very hard to take anything out of last year. I could just see him duplicating it though, you know. But I'm with you. It's not even my love for Sadiq. I know it kind of is for you a little bit, but like for me it's not. It's just there's just I don't know how many times he's going to be the primary read. Like
Yeah. Well,
it's going to be check down Charlie.
once again, if that's their plan for him, I don't think they draft Sadiq at 16. If they're thinking we're going to get him 60 receptions, 700 yards, and 7 touchdowns, they're not taking Sadiq at 16. So, and
I am with you.
I could be totally wrong. I mean, I'm trying to think back to offenses of Frank Reich, and I don't recall any big tight end performances, and I could totally be missing something. And I think Sadiq's going to be used more on the outside. Mason Taylor won't ever be.
Does that mean Mason Taylor could play more snaps though? Because he'll be inside all the time, and Sadiq might battle with wide receiver 3, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't know. I don't know what their approach is.
Same.
He could see, maybe he sees more snaps but less targets.
What does, Oscar asks, a big year really look like for a Jets tight end, though? I don't think I've ever seen one. Maybe some flashes with Chris Herndon, but that was about it. And Bill M adds in Keller. I don't hearken back to tight ends of old when comparing new tight ends. Just a different game. These are different specimens. These are more so wide receivers that are roided up than they are tight ends. But what could you say to answer Oscar's question? Anything, Scott?
Well, I think league wide there aren't a lot of big tight end seasons. I mean, they're just not the stat collectors, really. And there's a couple guys here and there. A big tight end season for a Jet would be 700 yards, right? And 7 touchdowns.
I think the bar to clear is Conklin. Can you, can you do better than that?
And that's like, what, 50 receptions for 550 yards and 3 or 4 touchdowns?
Pretty much. One spectacular play a year.
Yeah. Well, and we all are assuming the offense is going to be better this year. So I'm not, a lot of people are writing in AD Mitchell. I got to see it first. Apparently he had a good mini camp. Got to see it first. So if he doesn't step up, who's number 2? Maybe Cooper can step up. I don't know. Maybe Sadiq. But still, if AD Mitchell is below average, once again, it's not a very good receiving core.
The only hope then, I think, is you segue to a monster year from Garrett, a great receiving year from Brees, a good year from Sadiq, and you just have it all replace wide receiver 2. But I mean, how many times have we done that, man? Like, can we just get a good year? Give us a decent year from Mitchell or Cooper, at least one of those.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, we'll get what we always get at Garrett. He's solid, as long as he's healthy and he comes back from the injury. He's he's proven he can put up some stats with not much around him. But we'll have to I don't know what we'll have to see Frank Reich's offense, and he's generally been involved with good offenses, whether or not he called plays on game day or not. But his offenses were good in Indianapolis, and that was rolling different quarterbacks through there. Phillip Rivers, they had Buffalo. They probably should have beat Buffalo in the playoffs that year. So we'll see.
I know you didn't watch Flight 26, and I don't know that this will sway you in any way, but I would just like to say I was very, very intrigued by. I'm sure you've seen the Reich happiness taking Sadiq. We've definitely seen that. It's in my intro. Hell, let's go. Very stoked to get Sadiq. But what I just saw today in episode 3 of Flight 26 was when we took Cooper. Reich was happy. Yes. Sean Jefferson was stoked, like geeked, like happy as hell, and maybe the happiest I've seen any of our offensive staff ever when we took Omar Cooper. So all I'm trying to say is they got 2 weapons on offense. I know we hate that word, weapon. we got 2.
You're not allowed to use that word anymore.
I'm not. I lost that privilege. All I would say is living vicariously through those 2 guys when drafting those other 2 guys, like it sure seems like they got who they wanted. So can they use them right? You know,
maybe he's happy because he thinks he doesn't have to develop Cooper.
Maybe.
Seriously, are you surprised that he has kept his job with the Jets?
Sean Jefferson?
Yeah.
1000% surprised.
Yeah, because who has he developed? And they've had duds of guys that they kind of thought were guys.
Yeah. He's got an old van to I don't know, there's a joke there somewhere. He lives with a van down by the river.
He lives in a van with his son van.
Yeah, but yeah, he's here now. He's stoked to have Omar Cooper. You know, that's all I can say.
Well, with all the guys they fired, kind of surprised he's still hanging around.
Oh yeah, if you told me a year ago that there would be one guy that is here still and the rest really aren't going to be, I would say Tanner Angstrand.
Well, they would have liked him to still be here. But he's like, fuck you. I left Detroit to come here and be your OC. Now you want to demote me. You know, if they were smart, they would have last year hired a veteran and, you know, convinced him to come as quarterback coach, assistant offensive coordinator, whatever.
Heir apparent.
Yeah. You know, they were just a mess putting a coaching staff together. And obviously they wanted to keep him, but he's like, no, thank you.
I mean, who doesn't want to keep, like, who doesn't want to demote someone and keep, like, I would love Mr. Beast to come and advise me on my channel. Like, you know, like, yeah. I don't blame him. I forget where he landed, though.
I think Atlanta, maybe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So, and you know what? And it's funny. So last year, people were really excited about him, right? So who are they really excited about this year? Rex's boy. Like, oh, well, he was at Detroit. You know, it's like, come on, let's see.
How often has that happened where you have like a historically one-sided lineage? Okay, say Walsh or Shanahan, and then you have the next family tree limb be the opposite, and it worked out. Can you think of that ever?
Well, I didn't quite follow you.
Like the Ryans, defense, defense, defense.
Oh, and then have
Rob, Rex, Buddy, and then Seth's offense. When have you seen that ever work?
off the top of my head, I can't. Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
right. I think of even like the Nolans. They're all defensive guys. The Ryans up until three Ryans.
Shanahan.
That's all
Yeah.
offense. Yeah.
Not enough people talking about that when it comes to the Seth Ryan praise. I will say I'm intrigued to see him
Sure.
perform.
Sure.
But also, like, should our quarterbacks and our offense perform, how much can we even give him the credit for? We don't even know that.
Yeah.
Like, so.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's just let's slow down, let them prove themselves. Because we see it every year, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah.
But last year was just crazy with Engstrand. We're going to be the Detroit Lions offense. I remember telling people, this quarterback doesn't even play anything like their quarterback. He's not capable of even running the same offense. How do you see that? How do you see it? Anyway, whatever. Last year's history, and unfortunately for Engstrand, he probably wishes he never took the job here.
I would imagine so. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's leave it there. We could keep going, but it's been peak up until this moment. We should leave on a high note.
Oh, come on.
Scott.
Let's shit on somebody first. No.
Well, yeah. Who can we hit? Okay, let's hit Clancy with the turd in the punch bowl.
Oh, he's good at tossing those in there.
Did you hear me use that earlier?
I don't think I did.
I shouted you out when I did. I promise.
And what was the reference?
It was a turd in the punch. Oh, Gino was the turd.
Oh, poor Gino.
Well, I should say the Gino allegations.
I know everything seemed to be going so good, and then there's that.
Correct.
But once again, I don't think I feel like nothing's going to come of this latest incident. But how many more stupid things are we going to see?
The only thing I would say is unless it's the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, right. Well, like I said, I'm not sure he's good enough for these distractions.
Fair point. Volatile is the descriptive word I would use. Like, we don't know what we're going to get, to be honest.
But also it's here now. It's out. It's on the table, regardless of if he did anything or not. It's a distraction. And I don't know. I gotta believe that most people, maybe not Gino, but most of the players can just get past that stuff. But boy, it's such a popular comment about distractions. And, big part of me wants to say, these guys are pros, man. If their mind can be distracted that easily, they were in trouble anyway. But people always say it, so there must be something to it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Does it make a teammate less trusting of him, if they have different values and morals? I don't know. but I tend to say it's probably less important than people want to make it out to be. The whole thing is at the end of it. That's the thing. You know, what if we hear nothing all summer and then September 10th new shit comes out? You know, that's what I worry about. You
It's
know,
like the Rossini stuff that's still popping up. You know,
the
and then
pace the
and then
pacing on that was immaculate, by the way.
yeah, and then yeah, some woman from 10 years ago comes out with some bad photo, or who knows? You know how it always plays out, it seems.
I do.
Hopefully it's not the case.
Yes. Hey, as Sir Lucas says, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, Scott Flex.
Anyway, Sir Luca. Hey, real before you go, you requested a list.
I did. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me switch. Let me give you a thumbs up when I'm ready. One sec.
Oh, are you dying? You losing juice?
I went 1 to 1 to 1. Now I'm at 2. All right.
So you want me to go from 5 to 1 or 1 to 5?
I want to go. I want you to go 5 to 1. But before you hit number 5, do you have any honorable mentions you want to burn?
I have some honorable mentions.
Hit them first.
I'll be honest with you. I'm juggling a few for number 5 right now.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. I have to have you hold that thought because for the first time in hours, Scott, we got some monetary love in the danger zone.
Nice.
Yes, always nice. Derek, the Kansas Jets fan, chimes in. Love this guy, man. I see him all over the place. Very avid fan. Glad to see he found us in our little hidden corner. He gifted a membership. You know who got it, Scott?
I do not. I can't see it.
The recipient has called into this program a few times before. Not in years, though. A female caller.
Oh, real. What was the gal's name? Shit, can't remember her name.
Do you give
Sharon or what was her?
that is one, but she's more recent. This is a way back Wednesday. Let's see if I can find it here for you.
Allison Tuckwab. Okay. Hey, where's Boss Girl been?
You know what? She won some prizes during the draft. I shipped those out to her. She received them, and then I never saw her again.
Well, you know what? She's got kids, and they got out of school. That anything could be going on. I know when my family got out of school, my brother and I, before my dad started football, we were in a trailer, Montana, Colorado, Wyoming. We were all over the place, fishing our asses off.
Fishing, an activity on this channel tonight described as interesting. Thoughts?
It can be for sure. But for you novice, you're below novice as a fisherman. I'm guessing. I'm taking the liberty to say that.
You're guessing right.
All right. But if you probably could tie up about 100 yards of fishing line if you use that beard hair trim. It can be. It can be. Certain kinds of fishing can be interesting and challenging and kind of a game. you against the fish.
Yeah.
And
You know
that's not sitting at a lake chugging beers, casting out and letting it sit there. That's not the kind of fishing I'm talking about.
Right. Right. You know, my earliest fishing memory, Scott, before we get into some other love shown on the channel, my earliest fishing memory, here we are, guys, 2 a.m. on the East Coast. Shout out to you guys still watching. My earliest memory is my brother going down to the backwaters behind our house and fishing, catching a fish, taking it off the hook, and then proceeding to drop kick and punt that fish back into the backwaters.
Oh,
And
dude.
I was mortified, and I've seldom fished since.
Oh, I hope it was a carp or something.
We're talking Ohio River backwaters.
Probably was.
I think
Yeah.
it had three eyes.
God, at least you didn't eat it.
Yeah, dude, I couldn't believe it when he did. I was like 8. like what?
Yeah. I let them go, but I don't punt them back into the river.
Dude, it was like a McNamara punt too.
I bet it would have died inside the 5.
It's still waiting to splash down. Derek follows it up, becoming a willing member in the Danger Zone, man. Derek, thank you. I know I've seen you around. I don't think you've circled over here. Glad to see you found us, man. Here Friday nights, Sunday nights, just shenanigans all the way around. I think most people can attest to. Yeah, we're trying, brother, and we are here late.
Definitely seen Derek around. Well, hey, this is nothing. What time is it? Yeah, Dane's stayed on a lot longer than this.
Is Derek the Kansas City? Wait, what is it again? The Kansas Jets fan. Is that Derek the cop, or are those two different people?
I think that's two different people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Calm down, Dane.
I think so. I don't know that for a fact, but I think so.
Derek, I just switched it to 1 minute. Try now. He had to wait to chat. He just subbed. It was a 10-minute thing. I just switched it to 1. We'll see. Scott, so you framed it already. I'm going to frame it again since I went off the rails there for a minute. Your top 5 favorite TV shows of all time, 5-1, but we're going to start with the ones who didn't make the cut, but were that close.
Okay.
What say you, sir?
I think I've heard them all mentioned other than one. And I wanted to put this at number 5, but I just couldn't drop who I think I'm going to use at number 5. There was a show, I don't know if it was Showtime or HBO or what, but years back it was called The Mind of a Married Man. And it was just freaking hilarious. And basically it followed these three dudes that were married. You know, one guy's having an affair, one guy wants to have it, and they're just all a mess. And it's just
are they sharing their insights back and forth?
Yeah, the 3 guys are always talking, they're honest with each other about everything. You know, it's really funny.
Before you continue, let me just hit this. Derek chimes in with a 5 spot. He says, I just subbed, so I got to wait 10 minutes to chat. Just wanted to say, I hope you're all having a wonderful day, man. Let's go Jets. Clancy chimed in, 2 different people. I think he knows why I was asking.
Yeah, I know why.
Yeah, cops have never liked me, I will say. Derek says the top 5 TV shows. Astute question, man. It's off season, right? Great question to start this series off with. We'll hit other topics, but this isn't just all the show is, Derek, just so you know. Check us out, but definitely a good icebreaker this off season. Scott, any other honorable mentions?
Sons of Anarchy, honorable mention. So I'm trying to decide between Dexter and Ozark for number 5.
So just to frame it a little bit, Ozark was mentioned by someone tonight. I wrote it down to watch
really
because
good.
I've been meaning to. However, Sons of Anarchy was my personal number 1.
Yeah.
Dexter was my number 2.
Yeah.
You're burning both. Or you burning Sons and Ozark, not on your top 5?
Yeah, I think I have to go Ozark, not in the top 5. I think I got to give Dexter the nod. Breaking Bad would also get an honorable mention. So, and I'm all like, I think all these are definitely pay channels, but that's still TV, right? Okay, so number 5, Dexter.
Great choice. I love that show, and it sounds like you did as well.
Yes. Number 4, I did not hear anyone mention tonight. There was only 2 seasons, but it was a show called Mind Hunter.
I've heard of it.
It's great. It's like the psychological thriller, and it's based on true story. It's really good. It's a Netflix thing. My number 3, I did not hear tonight either, and it's called Californication, and it's freaking hilarious. I can't hear you, Dane.
It's also a very good song.
Yeah. But hilarious show. David Duchovny, who is a kind of hit it big. He's an author. Hit it big with a great book, and it's just the trials and tribulations of a well-meaning knucklehead. And he just, in the show, he's always trying to get back together with the love of his life, his ex-wife, but he just can't say no to all these other women, and he's drunk half the time, getting in fights, and just all this craziness that follows him around. Very good show. Number 2.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Let's hit the chat because you woke them up, Scott. Or Derek did. One of you two. Okay. Clancy chimes in. He says Billions was good. Do you know that?
Good. Yep.
Okay. Sir Luca, I'm not sure what this is in reference to from a minute ago, but he says, "Hell yeah, Scott."
Probably one of the shows.
Bill M chimed in. Scott, that's a good one.
That's what she said.
I think it was in reference to Californication.
Okay.
Emphasis on the fornication. Terrible. What do you know Animal Kingdom?
I think I gave it a chance and I just didn't quite. Is that the one with like the family that's drug pot growers or something?
I think so. I don't
know.
Johnny chimed in earlier and said 6'7".
What the fuck?
I just wanted you to know that.
Yeah. That has a special meaning for me.
Let's see who else. We have more Dexter love. Sopranos. I don't want to spoil your list in case it's on there. Clancy, adamant, number 1. Derek chiming in. Game of Thrones, Dexter, Friends, The Office. 5 is a toss-up for me. We've had a lot of comedy love tonight. We've had a lot of drama. We've had a touch of horror. No Diddy. But we've also had Mary Tyler Moore Show. We've had Odd Couple. We've had all kind of stuff. So I'm just waiting for I don't know, man, some K-pop or some British. I don't know. All right, your number 2. We are in Scott's top 2, gang.
What are you waiting for? Like the Benny Hill show, or what was
you know what I'm waiting for?
The English group. They made some movies also. Monty Python's Flying Circus.
I'm waiting for.
No one said that, and I'm not going to. But yeah, good show.
Good show, indeed.
I tried to make it shows like I was ready. I wanted to make sure I caught them when they played, So
I do.
Number 2. Are we ready for number 2? I did hear it mentioned tonight. The Wire. The Wire was just great show. Loved it. Omar might be the greatest character in television history. Oh my God.
Dude, what was his man, it's been a while since I watched it, but there was something he sang or something going down the street.
He whistled like a song that everybody knows. And then people, Omar coming, and everyone would just be scrambling.
I just got goosebumps just thinking of that, man. I
don't remember what the song was though.
I feel like it was a nursery rhyme or something.
It might have been.
So good.
I was bummed when he got killed.
Omar. Oh yeah, Omar strolling, they would say. Clancy says.
Yeah.
Derek must have gotten this idea staring at us, Scott. But Duck Dynasty. You know what? Happy. That's what we are. Love it. All right. Your number 2 again, The Wire. Also,
The Wire.
I think it's rated top 5 show of all time.
Okay.
It wasn't just us, critically, very good show.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, check it out.
But I know, like every other show, I know people that just they couldn't get into it. But man, I was hooked from the start. All right, number 1, the big reveal, The Sopranos. Can't deny it, man. I could not wait for that show every freaking Sunday.
So good. Is that why you like the Ducks?
No. But the interesting thing is, the first time I ever watched it, I didn't know about it. I mean, I probably didn't start actually watching it until maybe even season 2. But the first time I ever watched it, I was at a Duck Bowl game. My parents turned me on to it. So I was in this hotel room where I had HBO or whatever it was on, which I didn't have at my house. So I watched it. Yeah.
Yeah. So good.
Yeah.
So good. Dude, and so memeable, and it's still relevant today. You see any platform, social media you're on, there's a Sopranos account, and they post the funniest shit, the perfect, comp.
The characters, and of course some of them are dead now, unfortunately, but like Polly Walnuts, and that the Pine Barrens show when him and Christopher were lost in the woods. That was about the funniest damn thing I've ever seen in my life. Talking about a couple fish out of water. Oh God, that was funny.
Anything related to fish, I find interesting. I'm on one. Scrubs fan. Any Scrubs fans? Actually, the co-host tonight, Ryan JetsWard, had Scrubs in his top 5, and I told him I didn't watch it, but I know of it.
Yeah.
You? Yeah.
I was trying to think of kind of regular television shows that maybe like growing up that I wanted to watch, and I just couldn't really come up with too many. I mean, I watched Happy Days when I was a kid, whatever. It was okay. And I never watched Star Trek. Couldn't get into that. I left off sports related shows because I could have just probably made 5 of those. But yeah, shows I grew up with. Another really good show that I didn't hear. I kind of thought Afrim might say it, was All in the Family. Someone said Sanford and Son. I saw that.
All in the Family, polarizing to this day, but very good.
Yeah. Did anyone say MASH?
No. There was not enough love for pre-99 stuff at all.
Well, that just predates a lot of you guys.
Let me segue to this because this is a very good question and I have an answer to ready and chambered. So if you need a minute, that's fine. What is the most toxic TV show that you found entertaining? I have one, and I'm going to start with it.
Okay.
There are a few. I mean, I've had girlfriends who watch shows and all that, but I will say, by far, the one that I found the most entertaining, The Bad Girls Club.
Never seen it.
Yeah. I bet you people in the chat have. Let me know, because if you haven't, I won't elaborate. But if you have, maybe I will. Hilarious show, a reality show where you get a bunch of hussies together and they pretty much fist fight and all that. And yeah, pretty entertaining, I will say. And that's what he asked. He asked entertaining. He didn't say,
right.
Yeah. Do you have a toxic show that you watched, or is most of what talk to me?
Well, yeah, I mean, for whatever reason, on occasion, I definitely didn't go out of my way to watch it, but like, remember the show where a guy he'd either be with a dude or a chick, and they were catching their significant other cheating on him, and then they would confront them.
Yeah, I think it was Cheaters. Yeah,
Cheaters. Yeah. Totally toxic, but it was kind of like watching a train wreck. And then this sort of in the same vein, Jerry Springer, that kind of bullshit.
Entertaining. I mean, Jersey Shore was probably considered toxic. I found that entertaining as well.
Never watched it.
Now that I mentioned that not enough pre-99 love has come out, they're flooding it in, Scott. So I got to rapid fire through these. Hogan's Heroes.
I thought someone mentioned that, or maybe it was in the chat. I thought I saw it, but yeah.
Okay. Several of these I liked. Different Strokes, The Facts of Life, Three's Company, Three's a Crowd, and The Ropers.
Oh, okay.
Different Strokes, love. The rest, meh.
How about, and this, you've actually used someone from this show, the Jeffersons.
That's a good one. That's kind of like Different Strokes adjacent too, right? Like similar.
Well, they were first introduced on All in the Family.
I knew there was something there. Okay, that sounds familiar.
Well, George was introduced.
Is his neighbor?
I don't know how. I don't remember exactly how, but then I guess he was pretty popular, so they built a show around him. Here's another one from when I was a kid that I did like. Oh shit! Now I just left my brain. Good Times. JJ.
I didn't watch it, but I know exactly who you're talking about. Is that to do with the turtlenecks?
Yeah, he'd say dynamite.
Yeah, because I always get Dano-mite. So I have to know what that is.
You know, another show I really liked, and I wouldn't have put it in my top 5, but I would have mentioned it as honorable mention. Was oh fuck! Now I just forgot it. No, it'll pop back in.
Is it something Charles turned you on to?
No, probably not something he would have watched.
Okay.
It was kind of like Longmire.
Love it.
Yeah.
I didn't get through it all yet, but I've seen a few seasons and I really like that show.
Yeah. That's a good show.
What about Roseanne?
Never really watched it. But I think I laughed a couple times that I did see it.
What about Home Improvement?
Didn't watch a lot of it, but I did a few times. You know, it's
not
fun.
A big sitcom guy. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, but I didn't watch a lot of TV, you know, in some of these years once I was kind of out of the house. And then I spent 2 years on the couch. I had 5 foot surgeries. So I was just off my foot for months at a time. And I started watching a lot of TV because you couldn't do shit else. And now I feel like I watch too much TV. But then so during that time, and I heard this show mentioned, I watched like all of that 70s show, which is great. Great show. Because I grew up that time, you know.
And dude, the landscape has changed so much. It's like nowadays you can watch a show, and if you're really liking it, you can watch it's sometimes better to binge watch it now that you can. But then at the same time though, 3 months later, I can't remember 90% of what I watched.
I kind of like to try to put a show off so I can binge watch it.
One season, not enough. I'll circle back.
There's been shows that I've done that with that I used to stay up way too late at night, binge watching a series when I had to get up at 4 a.m. to go work, you know. And I'm going to bed at 1 o'clock. It's like, nah, not cutting it.
Just like to let you know that Chris B thinks this is phenomenal New York Jets content here.
Oh, well, it might not get any better than this, Chris.
Okay, some of these I know and I could comment on, but the people want to hear from you, Scott. What do you think of Welcome Back, Kotter?
Okay, that's a classic from my childhood.
Family Matters or Full House?
Didn't watch either one of those.
I actually liked both. Full House, though, I've seen them all. Loved it. Definitely loved it. I actually saw Dave Coulier do stand up too once. That was actually pretty good.
I don't know what it is.
That's Uncle Joey, if you know, not Stamos and not Saget. It's the other one. Yeah. What do you think about Red Foreman?
Dude was awesome.
Do you think he would shove his foot in Gary Gary Newman's ass?
Swift kicking it. Yeah, he probably would have lost his whole leg in there. He'd have kicked it and shit all been up to his knee all of a sudden.
If you know, you know. Oh, here we go.
Yes.
Yeah, Red Foreman had a permanent foot up Eric's. I love it. You know what? I just got turned on to Ted Lasso. Very good show. You might want to check that out.
What is that on?
Help me out, chat. I will say it's about sports. It's a coach. It's good, man. It's worth looking at for real. Soccer, but can't knock it.
I've been watching Landman recently. I like that, and also Tulsa King.
I started that. It didn't grab me.
Oh, the first two seasons I thought were great, and just Sylvester Stallone getting stoned was just cracking me up.
Apple TV for Ted Lasso, I think is what they're referring to. Good night, Chris B, man. Derek chiming in. Landman is good. Agreed. Let me ask you this: how much of the?
I was going to say Billy Bob Thornton is great in that show.
Is he? He's great in everything, man.
Yeah,
great.
He kind of bugged me for a while, but I really appreciate him now as an actor.
Maybe he was with Angelina and feeling himself.
Weird shit at that time, but bothered me. But who cares?
Billy Bob is hysterical.
He is.
Bad Santa. That's another good one. Movie.
Great movie.
Facts. Have you ventured anywhere? I mean, it sounds like, because I'm getting the vibe of what you like. You're saying Landman. You're saying Longmire. I got to ask you, like, Yellowstone at all?
Oh yeah, I like Yellowstone for sure. Yeah, I caught all of those.
Are you watching?
I haven't caught any of the spin-offs. I tried watching U.S. Marshals or whatever, and I just I don't know, didn't grab me.
So, and the chat's weighing in on Yellowstone. I will say my first venture into it was Marshals.
Oh, really?
But Hayes has seen all the early stuff, and she stopped me like 5 episodes in, and she's like, no, let's just put this off. Let's go back and let's watch Yellowstone. So we did, and we're like 2 seasons in, and I really like it. Yeah. And now I'm seeing the spinoffs and stuff of the new one, but I gotta like avoid all the trailers that are on Paramount and shit, and it's so annoying because they're pumping that out so heavily, and it's like, slow your roll. but the original one.
Yeah. I liked Walking Dead. Got a little stale towards the end, and but I definitely was intrigued by that one for a while.
How far? So for me, it started getting stale after Glenn left, to put it politically correct. I think I made it maybe one more season after that, like after Negan and all that. And then there was a dude with tigers and all that. Like I stopped, but I thought
that was like before I mean, that was during the Negan time. He had the tiger, but yeah, there was, they kept coming upon different groups, and there was like Daryl linked up again with some woman from his past, and she was part of some group, and they all became enemies. And yeah, I watched it all because I felt invested. Like, I got to make it to the end. There's the people living in the trash with the tall chick and the kind of weird, and it just got out there a ways.
Dude, some of it was peak though, like Michonne.
Yeah.
And dude, and very early on, what was the brother of the Daryl? What's his name? Merle.
Merle.
Dude, some of those scenes I'll still never forget. But Derek's right, man. When Glenn got batted, I had this whole thing ready, man. When if we kept Clemens and then Glenn got fired, I was gonna say, "Oh, Lucille did in Glenn again."
Well, that's one of those shows that made you hate somebody, and then brought him back to where you kind of liked him, and that was Negan.
Denny Duquette.
Who's that? Is that his name?
Yeah, I wonder if anybody knows who that is. Denny Duquette. Actually, yeah, you know what? Let me let the chat marinate on that a bit. But go ahead. Negan, you came around to liking. I think others did as well, but I never got that far, so I still kind of hate him.
Oh, really? Yeah, well, he started wanting to help and he, saving some lives and whatnot, and just kind of being a real person, and even like Glenn's wife accepted him. But you can only imagine if the world was actually like that. You're just doing whatever you have to survive, and that's what was working for him.
Is it bad that some days I wish it was?
Yeah, you don't wish it was like that, because you can't even catch a fish. You'd be hungry.
Yeah, but I can punt one.
Yeah, if someone catches it for you.
Honorable mention, bar rescue.
Oh, I just thought of another one.
I mean, bars should be rescued, though, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
I lost it again.
You know what I liked growing up? Unpopular opinion. Okay. Saying that up front. Unpopular indeed. I like Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Never watched it.
You ever watch Pee-wee's Big Adventure?
I think I saw that movie. And I definitely saw Pee-wee doing blow like crazy in Cheech and Chong.
Did you ever see him in a movie theater?
No. I did not.
If you know, you know. But dude, we limited this to TV shows. If we switch to movies here in a week or two, man, I wonder how much of mine will be littered with Robin Williams, man.
That movies, yeah, that would be more difficult, I think.
Yeah. Clancy says Big Top Pee-wee was cool too. You know what? You ever watch any of the Ernest movies?
I know who Ernest is, but no, I think I remember him from commercials more than anything else.
I hear he smoked a whole lot of cigarettes.
Sounds like it.
Sounds like it indeed. All right, all right. Well, I'm gonna let you go to bed, Scott. All right, we got 18 more hours to hit the 24-hour mark, guys. So stick around. Um, no, that was a good segment. Let me ask you this:
Yeah.
can you predict? You know, you can give me a couple options. Let's see. And chat, you can as well. You know what? Maybe a koozie goes out to the winner. How about that? A danger zone koozie. Um, who can predict what'll be in Murph's top 5? Any of them?
Oh, so we're predicting Murph's top 5 television shows. Hmm.
And you can't say Buck Wild. If you know what that is, you know how funny that is. But let's set Buck Wild aside for a moment.
I have no idea what that is. Murph. Hmm.
Clancy, by the way, Clancy, let me just say I sent out like 10 koozies the other day and I looked all over for your address and I couldn't find it anywhere. I don't know why, but I need your address, brother. Anyways, Murph. Even I didn't think of this ahead of time. This is live. If you haven't guessed it, guys, this is a live program. I know we fake it so well. I'm gonna say I'll just give one. I'm gonna say that Jersey Shore is on the list.
Oh God. Oh, you might know a little something.
I don't. No. I don't. And also he's like 6 years younger than me, so that's probably a bad guess. But
I'm gonna say Sons of Anarchy's one.
that's a good guess. It is. Okay. Anyone with a guess on Murph, submit it now. In the meantime, Bill, Murph's number one is obviously Golden Girls.
No one mentioned Golden Girls either, huh? Hey, yeah, I just thought of another one I like. What about what's his name? What about Earl? Or no,
I had it and I lost it. Something about Earl. Something about Earl?
Earl. That's something about Mary. Earl. You know what show I'm talking about, though?
Yeah, I do.
That's pretty funny.
Earl show. My name is Earl.
My name is Earl. That was pretty crazy. Oh.
My name is Earl, Bill M. Okay, Bill M.
Man, this one might have maybe not. Definitely would have been an honorable mention. Justified.
Oh, that was on FX, right?
I don't know. I don't remember where it was on. It might have been the Marshall down in Kentucky, or I really like that show. My name is Earl. Yeah.
It's Justified's a lot like Longmire, I would say.
Kind of similar, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Longmire, like more spiritual stuff, though. Kind of the Native American stuff, and
Derek says that My Name is Earl is great. It even deserves an Oscar.
I liked it, yeah.
Or maybe he just meant, hey, Oscar.
Oscar, yeah.
I
don't think television shows win Oscars.
I think you're right. Now that I think about it, marinate a little bit. You know what? Let me see. I have a couple honorable mentions that I did not. The IT Crowd. You ever watch that? That's a good one. Twilight Zone. You ever watch that?
Of course.
That was on my list, and I took it off because I have something else planned for it. But very good, especially when you consider how it held up to today.
Yeah. Rod Serling.
Dude, you know, he like created, wrote, produced, directed damn near all of it, and then he ended up getting weaseled out of the rights to most of it.
That shit happened a lot in those days.
So BS, man. So BS.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Hell on Wheels?
No, I definitely know of it though.
You should.
Yeah.
I bet you like it. Yeah. I guarantee you'd like it.
Is that a Western?
It's like about the railroad when it first started.
Okay.
Yeah. And how, you know, JP Morgan and all that BS and Mormons, and you got everything in there. It's worth it. And I don't know if you know Anson Mount,
You know
but
what? I think I started watching that. Isn't it like the railroad people against the Mormons? And then
there's all of that.
the Indians are mixed in, and oh yeah. What is that on? I wanted to keep watching that. I don't know why. Probably because
I
I
want to
watched
say,
it first time.
I think originally it was on like AMC with Walking Dead or something. But
Okay.
now I couldn't tell you. But dude, I got to rewatch that because the co-host in it, or the co-star, is so good. The like Norwegian guy, what's his name?
They make
Christopher Heyerdahl.
they make like the Mormons look really gangster, don't they?
Yeah, not like my experiences with them.
Oh, oh
Yeah, I grew up in a Mormon church, by the way, for anyone.
no shit.
Yeah. But if you, I'm a Star Trek fan, Lieutenant O'Brien, Cole Meany is a big actor on that. Check that out for sure. They're still talking shows, man. I think we just need to carry this into next Friday with Murph, because a lot of people are still chatting about shows, and dude, it's 3 a.m. over there. So,
Dang. Yeah.
gotta call it. We're halfway into the 6th hour. Gotta call it. But hey, we got some time for Murph tonight to get a little nookie, so that's good, right?
Well, yeah, hopefully.
All right, guys. Chat, keep killing it. Spike the like button if you haven't already. Derek loved the topic. You know, we'll try to think of other ones as well. Black Mirror, ooh, that's one.
I haven't seen that.
I need to watch Ozark. It sounds like that's what
Dude, you definitely got to watch Ozark.
It sounds like it. What about, so the other one that's even higher on my list, and not because it's tonight, because nobody's mentioned it, but just because in general I know it's gonna be something I love. Peaky Blinders.
Never seen it.
I gotta watch that. I do. So yeah, I got some homework. But I said Jersey Shore for Murph. You said what again?
Sons of Anarchy.
Chat, final thoughts. Let us know. You can guess 2 shows. We guessed one.
Okay, I'm going to guess another one for Murph.
Okay.
And it was one he turned me on to, and now I can't remember the title of it, but you'll remember. It's the kids in the town, and they end up getting sucked into this
Stranger Things. Okay. Shit. All right. What would Murph like? What did I like that he would probably like, but I wasn't too young to where he would be an infant? These are the thoughts running through my head. Shit, I know him. I just can't think right now. I'm going to say, you know what? I'll just go with the common answer tonight and say Dexter. Yeah. Because, you know, if we were doing movies, I would clearly say Deliverance, but we're not.
Oh, God.
He's going to kill me one of these days when he tunes in late.
Well, he could be here.
He could. You know, he could be waking up or something.
Right. Maybe he
All right.
works today.
Derek Dexter, probably my favorite all-time series. Dude, it's a banger, man. It is well worth watching. If you haven't already, checked out The Wire, Dexter, Sons of Anarchy, Ozark, Blue Mountain State. Check out Mary Tyler Moore Show, Dick Van Dyke, Twilight Zone, In the Heat of the Night. I can't think of any others, but check them all out.
Street Blues, someone said.
Hill Street Blues. Yes. All right, Scott.
That was a good show too, by the way.
I'm gonna burst if I don't go now. So have a good night, everybody.
Later.
I gotta pee.
Shut it.
I love the show. I love you guys. Fucking let's go Jets. Jets, Jets.
Oh my god. You guys are bad.
Ha 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 ha. Very funny, Dana.
We can't all be beautiful.
DayngerZone, baby.
I think he has more thought-provoking questions.
I'll be in the danger zone.
Oh my God, let's go!
Holy macro.